Okay. Shalom, everybody. Welcome to another Shabbat class. I hope everybody is having a good second half of their Shabbat. Hope everybody's Friday night was pleasant and peaceful, and there was a lot of classes going on, so hope everybody was fed and taught yesterday. But today we're going to go into the same direction we've been going with David and his eventual ascension or coronation to the throne. That's what today's class is going to be. But I don't want to go on that. We want to make sure we shout out Brother Kawakab in Guatemala. I'm teaching the word. I'm teaching his camp and his brothers and students and sisters out in California and different parts of Atlanta and Virginia. Shalom also to the brothers in Houston, brothers in Norfolk, Virginia, the brothers out in New York, Rochester. That's the word always gets off my tongue. Rochester. So everybody getting the work done. All respect and appreciation for everybody committing their life to this work. The harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few. And we know that there's a lot of work to be done, but not many people willing to commit themselves to get it done. So anybody who's willing to commit themselves to get this work done, much respect and appreciation given to y'all. Okay? So let's get our prayer started. Push this back as far as I want to now. But it's okay. Let's get open this up. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nothing to know. A war. Zayawam. The what? Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Okay. Doing this earlier. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nothing to know. Rayach. Nayachacha. The what? Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nothing to know. Shabbat. Shalom. The what?
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Anasya, Ayanyamya, Ahoyim, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamoya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashawamar, Yasharah, Yahweh, Shemoya, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Akaya, Mayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Malayala, Yahweh, Yashemoya, Makol, Right, Yashemor, Pasha, Yahweh, Yashmoya, Hawalakia, Wabuaya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ai, Aman.
Psalms 121. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon the right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite credo. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. When we're done with prayer, somebody give me a top.
God.
Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwaka, Aba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ratazak, Hawa, Hayah, Shemayim, Nathanael, Lachom, Yawam, Wasalachana, Chawatina, Kasalachana, Chawatina, Wala'ah, Tabiana, when it's what? Above, Awashino, Mayan, Right, Kaya, Amulakwa,
Amen. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Okay. 10 Commandments. La'ayahayim. Laka. Alahayim. Achoyim. Ayo. Panya.
Thou shalt have no other God or powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah. Tha'ina. Laka. Hasor. Wala'ah. Tha'ibadu.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah. Thalachwa. Thalachwacha. Shom. Yahweh. Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabbat. Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah. Tharatazah.
Thou shalt not kill. Murder.
La'ah. Thana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Great. La'ah. Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah. Tha'ina. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah. Tha'chamat. Ko. Asherah. La'ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Smells good like this, huh? Not.
Oh.
It's not trying too much. It's just hot. It's medium hot.
Okay, that's
It
fine.
smells better.
It's actually fine. We'll do it that way.
It smells better.
It's okay. So go out and work. I appreciate that. Baruch Atah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshad. Tahawa. Nathanael. Hathawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Okay, Israel Yeshavim. Let's take a
Take
seat. I'm sorry. Just the words. Can I get one more sip? Because I got a wet sip. Thank you, sir. I need another dry towel too, sir. So Salaki, y'all will be starting in no time. Just want to clean up a mess. Make the class informative and smooth and clear.
These cords are real sensitive.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. We're going to sit back here and be as careful as possible. We're not going to touch any of this stuff. And we're going to go from there. Okay. So, here we are. We're just going to start back now at 2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 1. Chapters 1 and 2. We're still dealing with the fact that even though Saul had died, the kingdom still wasn't given to David yet. And it was a combination of his son Ishbosheth was the last living heir of the Benjamite throne.
And who was Ishbosheth?
Ishbosheth's name was man of shame. He was the only son that didn't go to war. For some reason, he wasn't trying to go to war. So he was at the palace kicking it, and got news that his father died. He took over leadership. Now, the crazy thing is that Ishbosheth was really a puppet king, because the real person in charge was Abner. And Abner was the captain of the host. He was the one that had the respect of the military, and they were all following Abner. But Abner, as soon as Saul died, went and inaugurated Ishbosheth to be the king, so he can sit back and really, by proxy, take the leadership position. So now there's a struggle between David's men and Abner for power and control, and there's this power struggle for approximately 7 years, while David had the kingship and the power in the city of Hebron, which was the Judite capital city at the time.
And it was not an immediate, once Saul died, it was not an immediate, just straight David
transfer of power.
It wasn't the idea of, okay, finally Saul's dead, now I get my what was promised to me. It wasn't that wasn't the case.
David still had to wait. David still had to be in order until he got his just due, so to speak. So now we're going to go into chapter 3 and kind of go into more specifics about how the transfer of power actually occurred. So let's get that. 2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 1. Yes, sir.
One of the key terms was an intestine war.
Yeah, well, it was war, internal wars, right? Yeah.
Salute him in.
Let's go. Watch it.
Got like reflexes right there. Good stuff.
Yo'ab, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashala.
Yo'ab, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yashala. And watch it. Yahweh Hashem Yashar B'Katam.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar B'Katam.
You can take that off your class. I need you to take it off. Okay.
2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 1. It says, Now there was no longer war between the house of Saul and the house.
Now there was long war.
And there was long war between the house of Saul and the house of David. But David waxed stronger and stronger, and the house of Saul waxed weaker and weaker.
Understand, this was a 7-year process. David was anointed king in Hebron, and it's going to tell you that he was king in Hebron for 7 years. And what that also means is that in the process of gaining position, getting what's rightfully yours, it's not about the end game. In anything in life, whether you're trying to grow or accomplish anything in life, it's about taking small strides every day. The scripture tells you about clean hands making the man stronger and stronger. Doing the little things right every day. What ends up happening, the Most High starts working on your side. This is no different than in David's position of his pursuit of the crown. He was just doing things the right way every day. A little bit right every day. And eventually got his position the way he was supposed to be.
And it wasn't an instant gratification. It wasn't an immediate overnight success.
Nope.
It was not a...
It's hard work and dedication.
It was not a, you promised me this, therefore I deserve this, and things should be like this because you said this. That wasn't the case.
There was a constant fighting every day to do things the right way, to stay in order with the Heavenly Father. Okay? Now, matter of fact, I should have had this image earlier. Let's see.
And dealing with those intestine wars, this is a thing that is a reoccurring theme throughout David's rulership.
God.
Throughout his rulership, he was subject to intestine wars. So when people operate and the Most High gives them their blessing, people expect, oh, if the Most High gave it to me, there shouldn't be problems, which is not true.
So let's continue.
Okay. 2 Samuel chapter 3 verse 2. And unto David were sons born in Hebron.
So what's happening is he's starting to build his family up. He's starting to put his house in order while he is in Hebron. So let's read.
And his firstborn was Amnon.
His firstborn was Amnon. Read on.
Of Ahinoam,
Okay.
the Jezreelites.
Okay. But listen, his firstborn was Amnon of Ahinoam, the Jezreelites. That was his first rib. Read on.
It says, and his second, Chileab of Abigail, the wife of Nabal, the Carmelite.
Nabal was that weak, negative guy that was rich, that disrespected him and his men, and didn't help them out. He was helping them out and didn't requite the kindness back to him. Okay, so he ended up dying, and Most High took his wife. Read on.
And the third.
Not the Most High, but David took his wife after the Most High destroyed him. Read on.
And the third, Absalom, the son of
Macha.
Yeah, the daughter of Talmai, king of Jeshur.
Now this is David starting to make taking political position. He married the king, the king's daughter. You look on the map, you'll see Jeshur obviously is a land that was not inhabited by Israelites. And this is him, obviously over the years, from the time of Judges until present day where David was at, they lost this area. Because this was supposed to be Israel territory. If you can see it online, you'll see Jeshur was really where Manassites were supposed to be, on the east of Gilead. But we obviously lost that territory
Right there.
and over wars in different scenarios. But what David did is took the wife of Jeshur, and the son that came out was Absalom. Now Absalom ended up being a thorn in David's side down the line, and you're going to read over in different chapters that he aligned himself back with these people when things were going left and when David was getting cursed. So just a little FYI type of situation. So he started to make political marriages also. Okay? So, let's continue.
Verse 4. And the fourth, Adonijah, the son of Haggith. And the fifth, Shephatiah, the son of Abital. And the sixth, Ithream, by Eglah, David's wife. These were born of David in Hebron.
So as he was building momentum with the people, he was building alliances and marriages that would position himself the right way politically. He was establishing his kingdom one brick at a time, one step at a time. Okay, read on.
Verse 6. It says, and it came to pass, while there was war between the house of Saul and the house of David, that Abner made himself strong for the house of Saul.
So what it's showing you, this is a lot of political back and forth situations going on. So while David was fortifying himself, having children, having sons, creating political alliances between kings, you got to understand, why would he choose Jeshur? I'm going to go back on this image. Why would he choose connecting with the Jeshurites? Does anybody know?
What's the position?
He needed some position and help up north. He had no political backing up north. He had no assistance with anybody at the northern country. The northern country was still affiliated and aligned with Ishbosheth, with Saul's alignment. Saul had from Benjamin all the way north. So he's trying to establish political connections and establish a foothold in the land and in the countryside.
Plus, it's more mass because it's more tribes. It's more numbers.
He needs all the help he can get
You gotta have numbers,
as he's
bro.
fortifying and positioning himself in the kingdom.
Because if you look at it, because there's a split, or there's two kings, that means there's automatic the potential for war.
So the thing is this: so he was going to beat Ishbosheth to the punch, and the alliance with some north help, because you have all in the pink is where all Israelites are, but now you got the Jeshurite help in the south.
Yeah,
He's trying to position himself to survive and weather this storm.
You have a flank for the back, so if they attack you from that position, you do have a flank for the back to be communication up there.
You can even see that Ammon is protruding into Gad's space. Because they're getting their tail. I don't know if y'all can see it on the computer, but
it's on my actual book.
There you go.
Yeah.
So it's just showing you the political landscape at the time and what David is fighting to establish a foothold in the kingdom. Now in verse 6, it says Abner is trying to make himself strong in the house of Saul. Why did it say Abner and not Ishbosheth? Because Ishbosheth was just a face man. The power really was established by Abner and his army. So what it's going to explain is this is what he does to assert himself dominance in the northern kingdom even the more. That Benjamin all the way up to Dan. Then you had just Judah, and Simeon was kind of in the middle of Judah.
It's a common thing with most countries and nations that if there's a collapse in structure or power of leadership, normally the head of the military runs the nation.
Mm-hmm.
That's a normal thing amongst just countries.
The general, the head commander, yes. Even in Roman times, when the emperor was weak, the whoever was bankrolling and funding the army kept the control and the power even during the Roman Empire time. Because whoever could pay the military kept the power. So now you got Abner is taking strong positions to assert himself as the head man up north. This is what he does. Read verse 7.
Verse 7. And Saul had a concubine whose name was Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah. And Ishbosheth said to Abner, Wherefore hast thou gone in unto my father's concubine?
So first of all, Ishbosheth was like, why'd you take my father's concubine?
There's a reason.
You gotta understand, there's a big damn reason. Listen, when the king died, all the concubines and the women went to the next man up, the next king. So Ishbosheth technically was supposed to have access to the concubines.
Like I said, this is kind of the equivalent of that scene in Scarface, where
Did you tell Frank's over now?
Yeah,
he tells her Frank is over. Come
Yeah.
on me now.
exactly.
He's all bloody with a jacked up arm.
He was absorbing his power.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So the point is this: what Abner did, Abner is making a stand, showing the entire kingdom that he's the man to be followed. So Ishbosheth is trying to check him and trying to step to him. Well, why are you taking my father's concubines? Because what you're implying is you are the next king.
That's implication.
That's all it is.
And you know who else did that? Solomon's brother.
I know that. Yep.
Solomon's brother did the same.
Solomon's brother?
You mean about Absalom?
No, that's David's son.
No.
David's son did it too.
Solomon ended up killing his brother because he said he wanted that Carmelitis.
Yeah.
He said, "Tell your mother." He said he asked his mother to ask Solomon. He asked his mother to ask Solomon to get this Carmelitis, which was the most beautiful woman in the kingdom. And
that just kept him warm while he was getting
he
old.
said, does he ask for the whole kingdom too?
He killed him on the altar.
Yeah, he said, does he ask for the whole kingdom too?
Because that's the point.
Because this is a symbolic move. This is that sneak game that people do. People look for sneak authority.
Yep.
When you deal with power structures, there's people that want sneak authority, and women do this too in the house. In the house, women do certain things and certain actions to sneak around the Most High's structure to take authority. So not just a women thing, but this is a people thing. People want sneak authority. That's why in our camp,
jockeying for a position.
they're jockeying for position. In our camp, everything got to be, it should be all camps, but everything has to be straight up. You got to go through all the structures, all the ranks, like Christ said.
Decently and in order.
What did Christ say? He said, if you don't enter through the sheepfold, but some other way, you're a what?
Thief and a robber.
Thief and a robber. So we have to go through the sheepfold, which is the proper method and the proper process and stages towards growth.
And this is why David was so blessed in the Father's eyes, because he waited and he never sat back here and forced the course of a river.
He didn't make sneak moves. It would have been nothing to kill Saul and take the crown.
Yep.
You could take it violently, by force. Hey, Saul's dead. I'm king. Everybody with Saul is dead. This kingdom is mine. He could have did that. David was a bad warrior, and he had some great men.
Okay.
To have all the power and authority, and you have the ability to take something over, and you gotta wait on the Most High to give you the signal on,
Okay.
is a true sign of humility. Because what we do, we take blessings, we take what we want without the green light from the Father. We're takers, out.
No doubt.
And you know what? We look up and the Most High doesn't bless our endeavors.
And we wonder why. Because we don't do things decently and in order.
It's not about counsel. It's not about scripture. It's not about, does your development match where you want to go? We want to skip stages without the proper development and processing it takes to go to the next level. And I've done it too. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm exempt.
The wicked,
I'm
the wicked
exempt.
Israelites.
No, listen, bro. I want something out. I'm gonna do everything it takes to get it. But you know, you realize the Most High not gonna honor it because the lessons that you missed, because you didn't deal with the small details. You missed lessons that will sustain your kingdom down the line.
Yeah.
So He makes everything challenging and long-paced so that you can get the spiritual lessons necessary to sustain your family and sustain your blessings. But we're in this big rush to get to the end result.
And that by definition, when you look at the definition of a tyrant, the definition of a word tyrant is a usurper of sovereignty. That means I'm going to usurp. I'm not the actual person in charge, but I'm gonna force my way into being the person in charge by making certain moves and decisions. And that's by definition what a tyrant is.
And the crazy thing is, Ishbosheth had every right to check Abner about doing this. Why are you sitting back here in low key saying you're the king? But the problem was, he was the king.
Yeah.
The problem was, Ishbosheth gave Abner all the leverage and power to lead to this point. He didn't jump and coronate Ishbosheth and the next day take his woman.
But you know why? Because Ishbosheth's mistake was he didn't put in the work.
I know.
So when a person of authority or a king doesn't put in the work, they have to delegate their authorities and power structure to other men that may not have sincere intentions. Because he didn't want to get bloody, he didn't want to get the scars, he didn't want to be tired, he didn't want to be in that sun, he didn't want to risk his
So
life.
now you're a servant to the guy who's willing to do something that you don't want to do.
And that is a theme that men especially need to understand. We cannot be officers, we cannot be leaders, we cannot be fathers and skip steps. In the New Testament, the scripture says you have to be what? You have to be first be partakers of what? First partakers, it says the husbandman must be first be the farmer.
The fruit. The husbandman must
The
first.
husbandman must be first partakers of the fruit. That means I have to work every aspect of this land. I gotta be the guy that deals with the animals. I gotta deal with the guy that plants, the guy that sows. I gotta run off all these foxes, I gotta defend. I gotta do every stage. I gotta be in the cold.
So you can have a working knowledge of how things operate. Because in whatever arena that you don't have a working knowledge of how things operate, now you are a servant to somebody else in that arena. And in that arena is where you are susceptible to being taken advantage of.
You get usurped by your rib. You get usurped by other people because I don't want to deal with the finances. I don't want to deal with the planning. I don't want to deal with the structuring.
Organization.
I don't want to deal with the discipline. I don't want to deal with the having to suffer and fatigue and give myself and be tired for the sake of everybody else to be fed. I want to skip steps and I want to
But I still want to be
the authority figure.
The authority figure.
And because I do that, if I do that, I'm going to be always subject to these situations where people are usurping authority. That's why we have to, as men, as brothers in Christ, have to subject ourselves to every level of servitude. That way you're not going to be uncomfortable. You have a working knowledge and you're spiritually, you have right to pass certain authorities and delegate, and it gets done right. Even with sisters.
One verse on that, Ecclesiastes chapter 25, verse 22.
God.
It says, if a woman, if she maintain her husband, is full of anger, impudence, and much reproach. So it's showing you that if a woman who's supposed to be the follower of the husband,
Yeah.
you know, as far as following the husband's lead, she's not the head of the household. But if a woman has to maintain the household, then there's the respect goes out of the window. That impudence is bold, disrespectful. You know, so that's the spirit that comes on a woman when she's allowed to handle all the functionality in the business, and she's the husbandman, because that word husbandman just means laborer. You know, so she's the one putting in all the work. So for that reason, she feels like, why do I have to submit myself? I'm doing all the work. Why do I got to submit myself to you, and you're not doing half of what I'm doing?
Exactly.
And this there's that tension right there. There's that lack of respect. The respect goes out of the window. But if you want it, like Award said, having that working knowledge of every aspect of the household, the functionality of the house, then it puts her in a proper place, because then she's not so inflamed with the idea that if I got to do it all, then why do I have to follow you? Because ultimately the respect goes out of the
Why
window.
do I have to submit?
Because the truth is this: our responsibility is to have the answers. I'm not telling any brother here that they got to sit back here and do all the honey-do list of the house and do all the cooking and cleaning and all the housework. They just have to have an understanding of how to make something operate. and work.
Process understanding.
Right.
This is why I said a brother has to know how something operates so they can walk somebody else through how to do it, to show it can be done. This is why we teach men, even in leadership, you have to know how to do it so you can train others how to do it.
Right.
And then always have the willingness to fall back and do it again if need be.
God.
This is what, listen, Ishbosheth doesn't have to go to every damn war, but he has to be willing to go to war. He has to have gone to war. If he had the ability to go to war and he proved it on the field, then he's in the king's spot. And you know what? And if he ever had, you can go back in the field and do it again.
And that's respectable.
And that's the point, but he didn't do it.
And
Abner was the only guy out here sweating and putting it in.
And
Putting the work in.
amongst officers, the same rule applies. If I'm not willing to make all the exampleship sacrifices, I'm not going to have respect for the men around me. Men get mad because they get challenged all day. This brother's challenging me. How dare he challenge me? The number on my chest is larger than the number on his chest. That's
The color is superior to his color.
how dare he disrespect
Red is greater than green.
the indignity of these men challenging me.
Is growing greater than green.
Exactly, God. Listen, you're gonna have these challenges to your authority and to your exampleship is superior to the men under you.
Yep.
That is a law.
Can I pull the scripture?
Come.
It's Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha 33 and 22.
Dare these men challenge me.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 33 and verse 20. You said 22?
22.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 33 verse 22, page 90. It says, "In all thy works, keep to thyself the preeminence."
In all thy works, keep to thyself the preeminence. If this was Ishbosheth's mindset, Abner wouldn't have never made this play. He would have fell back. But if you're not going to be the preeminent, meaning having the willingness and the ability to excel in everything you do, that's how you win the congregation. That's how you earn the respect of the congregation.
You know, or you win the congregation by talking nice to everybody
and giving everybody what they want.
Say nice things, make people feel good, put a nice smile on your
Or
face,
never demand anything from anybody.
and just make everybody
No
feel.
accountability.
I couldn't hear. I'm sorry.
I said no accountability.
No accountability. Don't put too much pressure on the people because you'll make them uncomfortable. That's when the love, brother. That's the way you live the love of the congregation. You gotta be kind to people, make people feel nice.
You gotta listen to them.
Yeah, you ain't gonna sit here and empathize. Where's your empathy at? You know what? That kind of spirit won't be able to sustain people when hard times come.
God.
And here's Ishbosheth. Here comes hard times, and he ain't ready to leave.
And and Abner, they're in literal proxy wars with the South, step by step, day by day, and Abner's the one leading the people through it. So he's like, man, I'm doing all this work, and I'm sitting. You gotta think about his thinking. I'm doing all the work. This guy's laying up, and I'm the one sitting back here going to war with crazy ass Joab in the South.
Who do you think was
Putting
doing
my life on the line.
Who
They were both
Huh.
maniacs, Zach.
Yep.
Abner and Joab were crazy
Bosses.
military geniuses, Zach.
Killers, Zach.
And they were pure killers, Zach. And you gotta have a shooter in
It was
your
number
side.
Tuki Williams. It's number Tuki Williams.
Listen,
Zach.
you gotta have a shooter in your stable,
That one,
Zach.
huh?
Listen, they was real shooters, Zach. They was killers, Zach.
Those
Both
boys,
of them,
Zach.
Zach. They was crazy
Listen,
killer shooters,
They
Zach.
was swole, Zach. There was no skinny.
The Bible
boys
doesn't
around,
say
Zach.
swole.
We're
We're adding to this.
I'm adding to it. I ain't gonna lie. But listen, they had to be swole out to be doing all that. They had to be
Listen, they
powerful
were
out.
killers.
They were in
They were
shape.
killers.
They were killers out.
Okay.
The whole
Listen,
fucking
they were skilled at killing.
Listen, these guys.
We ain't gonna say these guys like took the wheel. We can't prove that.
We can't prove that. But I'm saying this out. The brothers that were leading these militaries out were superior strategists. It does you have to have strategy to lead a military.
Strategy and courage.
And so this is the thing. You get this king who's never been to war, who's just related to the king, and now he's the guy. He's never had to strategize.
He never earned listen, even Saul earned the respect of the people.
Exactly.
Saul sat back here and was wiping dudes out. He was a warrior through and through.
He just had emotional.
Well, he just wasn't a good spiritual leader, but he at least fought for his people the whole time.
And so here
He didn't
comes.
lead from the front.
Exactly. He did.
Well, early he did.
I'm saying Ishbosheth.
Well, yeah, Ishbosheth.
Yeah.
Saul did.
Yeah, Saul
went to war for his people.
So-
Ishbosheth, listen, why didn't Ishbosheth die with the rest of his brothers out? He was at the house eating grapefruit and stuff out.
Yeah.
He was eating,
Grape-
drinking orange juice.
raisins, that.
He said soft raiment belonging to them in king's houses.
Yes, he was wearing.
He had with that soft raiment out.
Yeah.
His garments was on fire.
He wearing sandals in the kingdom, slide his feet,
like-
like click clack, click clack,
Any
click clack.
word on that? Any word on that Tyranian purple?
Yeah. What about Tyrant?
He was wearing chocolates out and eating blueberries out. It was the truth,
Pomegranates
guy.
out.
Listen,
They had the
whatever
best
you wanted,
pomegranates this season. This season, the best season we ever had in pomegranates in the whole land.
That's his conversation out. And the guys out here warring and killing these crazy Philistines out.
He's in a robe at 3 in the afternoon now.
Yeah. Like all the men, where all the men now? This is nothing but women running around and goats and stuff. He's like, well, the brothers should be back any couple of days. I hope they won. I hope they're out there winning. Come on, bro.
And Abner has to follow this guy out.
And listen, everybody's in the trenches, and this guy that avoids the trenches wants respect.
Yeah. And this is what he's saying. Why, now you want to check Abner for taking a power play.
First
First of all, Abner was wrong. Listen, but the crazy, the Most High was allowing all this chaos to go on because David was sitting back here patiently waiting for his shot. So he allowed this power vacuum to go on.
Can I say this one thing though?
So he had the killer, the leader of all the men's respect, was challenging Ishbosheth.
But war in the couple classes back, if y'all look at the classes at the beginning, we were talking about how the Most High was sending wasps
Yeah.
in the land to deal with the Canaanites. The Most High was already fighting your battle for you, you just couldn't see it. We were in the land, we were in the desert, we were in the wilderness, going through our process and suffering and going through these crazy scenarios where we were getting our flesh together and trying to learn how to submit and serve and follow Moses. And simultaneously, without us knowing, the Most High had wasps out there stinging those Canaanites, getting them, softening them up, softening up those giants to get Israel ready to take the land. So David's over here suffering, going through changes, but the Most High is working on his adversaries for him without his knowing.
Because he's staying in order. This is the trust that we have to have for the Most High while we're waiting for a solution. We're waiting for the Most High to come through for us. We have to understand he's working on the other side unbeknownst to us.
Yep.
And that's what we have to trust. And that's the trust we're supposed to have by doing things the right way.
So,
and he lets these crazy dynamics go on, and he'll put the spirit into Abner to just sit back here and want to take bolder and bolder plays to the throne.
And really split their kingdom up.
God.
He's really dividing those forces for him. And this is the thing.
You gotta think about it. It wasn't just Abner was the one. Listen, you're gonna read later. Abner was the one who had the relationships with all the other tribes. It really wasn't Ishbosheth. Abner had the connections because Abner had connections to the who? The warriors of all the tribes.
Right. The fighters. Right?
He had the connections to the fighters, so he had access to the princes of these territories. Ishbosheth was the cat eating blueberries in the house.
He's the archetype of the guy that wants to be spiritual, but doesn't put in the effort, but wants position.
But wants power.
And that's why he's called the man of shame. That was his name. He was the man of shame. That's what Ishbosheth means.
Because the Lord's a man of what?
Because his actions were shameful. You want position and power without putting the work in.
If the Lord's a man of war, and we have to honor the Most High, then what's the opposite of a man of war?
A coward.
Coward. So you can't have a coward leadership. What's a coward? A man is not willing to put in the effort.
And you can't bring a coward to war. So this is wartime. They're still in a constant struggle with David's men.
But he wants to sit in a seat of authority.
Huh?
And that's the sad part about it, is the fact that you want this position and you want the glory that comes from being in charge, but you don't want to put the risk, and you don't want to make the risk.
Everybody loves the glory.
Everybody, they rather have the glory, but the scriptures say, you gotta know how to follow before you know how to lead.
Humility before honor.
Yeah, your humility is before honor, bro. You gotta get low and be shown. Hey, let me learn how to follow
and work your way up.
Work my way up, like we finding out that David is.
So, Sean, is that why brothers have to go through these strange scenarios where they're uncomfortable and things aren't going their way for long years at a time?
God, yeah, they want to believe that. Just one verse on that: Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 30. Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 30 and 31.
Jeremiah chapter 5 and verse 30.
Right, go ahead.
Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 30. It says, a wonderful and horrible thing.
The Most High calls this wonderful, not in a good way.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's an amazing astonishment. It says a wonderful and a what?
And horrible thing.
The Most High called this a horrible thing. This ain't a good thing. Go ahead.
Is committed in the land.
And what is it? Go ahead.
The prophets prophesy falsely.
Go ahead.
And the priests bear rule in their means, or by their means.
It said the priests bear rule by what?
By their means.
Man, they don't do things the right way. What we're learning is, if we're going to be leaders, then you got to come up the right way. You got to lead from the front. You got to keep your preeminence
Through the ranks.
So through the ranks. He said you can't establish yourself as a priest or a leader by your own particular means. Just like Abner is setting himself up. He's not and taking that authority from Ishbosheth, but he's doing it his way. But you can't take no authority and be expected to follow or be followed. But you took the thief and the robber's path, like you brought up earlier, and it was all wrong. You didn't lay down your life. You didn't risk yourself. You didn't put yourself in danger. You didn't put yourself in harm's way.
You didn't suffer financial ruin.
But you want to be the priest.
Okay.
But you want to be the leader. That's a horrible thing. Read on.
It says, and my people love to have it so.
And Israel love it to have it that way. You know what I'm saying? Give the man a chance. You know what I'm saying? He's a nice guy.
He sounds good.
He sounds good. He looks the part, but he doesn't play the part. And that's a hypocrite.
He's my friend.
Right, and that's what that hypocrite is. You know what I'm saying? But I don't deserve to be in that position. So that it's an unjust thing to try to force your way or usurp your way into authority, but you didn't come in the right way.
And can I say this, Shawan? So does that mean that when we ask for things that we really don't deserve, does it connect to the idea where I expect the most men be really mad? They be so angry they don't get certain things, but they never put the work in to get it.
Right.
I'm talking about our blessings. We've been wanting blessings. We want certain types of cars, certain types of living styles, certain types of respect. We want certain type of men to subject themselves to us. But if I didn't put the work in spiritually, then I don't deserve it, bro.
Yeah, and this is why when you read about Mattathias, when he was fighting against the Greeks, he was telling his sons, he said, always be ready to dispose yourself. You know what I'm saying? When you're ready to dispose yourself, that means you're not regarding, well, you know what, I got a lot to lose. Well, you know what I'm saying, I got too much to lose to put myself in harm's way. I got a lot, I got people depending on me, so I can't take these risks. Well, he said, if you want to fight for you, if you actually love your people, he said you got to always be ready to dispose yourself. That means you always got to be ready to put yourself on the back burner, and whatever you got going on in your life got to come last.
I was going to tell you this. We'll get to when we get to the book of the Maccabees, but what the Maccabees didn't understand was that they knew their back was against the wall, and they were going to stand up for what was right to take out those Greeks, right? Now the Greek numbers were out of this world. What they didn't realize was that they were able to take over and regain their temple for a few reasons. One, the Most High was with them. What they didn't know was that the Persians in the Far East were pulling their attention that way. So the Most High allowed. They're not called the Persians. They were called the
Carthaginians?
Well, no, it wasn't the Carthaginians. That was in northern Athens. It was the Carmanians, probably. They were far east, and the Greeks initially had pushed them far east, north of India. And throughout this time, they kept giving Antiochus and all these people a lot of problems, and a lot of their resources were sent out. That's why Antiochus didn't fight that war against the Jews. You would think Antiochus would have been right there to take out the Jews. Remember, he kept sending Gorgias and all these different captains going down there.
Mercenaries, bro.
You know why? Because he got pulled out to the Far East.
Wow. Okay.
So what the Most High was doing was keeping the numbers low enough so that we could take them out.
Wow.
That was the Most High looking after
That's
us
love.
because we just had faith. So he sparked up the Carmenians to sit back here and cause enough ruckus in the east simultaneously as the Jews decided we're going to sit back here and fight for our land. But did they know that?
No.
They
It
did
was
not
just
know.
life or death. Father, we need your help. And this is how the Most High provided the help. The numbers were low enough for us to take them down. Because it was like 2 or 3 campaigns and they finally lost. They finally gave up.
Yep.
But the Most High stretched them so far that the Greeks couldn't center their attention on the Jews. But that was how the Most High works for us. It works in ways that you're not going to see. Behind angles you're not prepared for.
So he's not going to sit here and take the fight from you.
Yep.
But he's going to give you a fight you can manage.
He'll give you a fighting chance. But
You know,
he's
look at
not.
that.
You're not going to. But you know, because you're not supposed to see it that way.
But we always have a situation where you have to fight, you have to struggle, and everything looks impossible. That's the only way you can see the Most High.
And
with
this is
you.
how the Most High, and the Most High will work it out on His end by His way. And we can't worry about the how is this going to happen, when this is going to happen. All we can control is our faith, our being in order, and us doing the right thing. So let's get back into the, matter of fact, let's go into the, no, let's read on the scriptures. Let's read on the scriptures. Read verse 7 again. So it's 2 Samuel 3 and 7.
2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 7. It says, And Saul had a concubine whose name was Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah. And Ishbosheth said unto Abner, Wherefore hast thou gone in unto my father's concubine?
Why are you sitting back here making a power play against the kingdom? Because that's really what it is. And yeah, read on.
It says, Then was Abner very wroth for the words of Ishbosheth.
Well, first of all, Abner was wroth because he didn't respect Ishbosheth. Listen, why else would the captain sit back here and snap at the king? I tell you what, no, they weren't snapping at Saul.
Hell no.
Saul would throw a goddamn javelin at
Saul
your ass.
wasn't playing, bro.
Remember Jonathan mouthed off and Saul like he said Saul was all fight? He goes, ah! Abner and him had to hold him up. Oh, no, Silas, your son. Don't kill him at the dinner table.
This your son, bro.
Saul was trying to kill him at the dinner table. And that's the point. They were walking on eggshells around Saul. This dude Ishbosheth was getting snapped at, cussed out. He was just this candy ass.
He's a jabroni.
He was a jabroni. He was a jabroni. Well, they have a little derogative name you want to say.
I'm the king. You know I'm related to
I don't know
Saul.
if y'all ever saw that Braveheart movie when Longshank's son out.
Yeah.
That's what I keep thinking about when I think about like a soft king. He wore these real soft colors and he was dancing and playing javelin and he was into the arts and that was no war, no killing. Anyway, I'm not knocking people that
Father,
arts.
I like the
I
arts,
love arts
Father.
too, but you got to do art and war too. This can't be 1,000% art and nothing else. How about that? Okay, so let's keep going.
Gotcha. Verse 8, it says, Then
Not talking
Abner
about
was
part, man.
very wroth against the words of Ishbosheth, and said, Am I a dog's head, which against Judah do show kindness this day unto the house
You know what I like?
of
I
Saul?
like those old school ways of talking. Like
Yeah.
I don't hear nobody say my dog's
First of all, it
head.
doesn't make any sense, but you would think a dog is a dishonorable animal in regards to like a lion. I'm just some alley dog, man. I'm just some junkyard dog or something like that. I'm some dishonorable ass dude
I ain't nothing, bro.
that you can just sit back here and talk to however the hell you want to talk to. That's what he's saying.
A dog's head is just like a worker. It's like a donkey.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
I'm just a burro that deserves no respect. What he says, I put this whole thing together for you.
Yeah.
What would you be if I wasn't here? You'd be killed by David by now.
And this is that-
David would have got up on you. You know this boy's coming.
Video games 100%.
Slakia, y'all. Hold on a second. I just want to listen. Slakia, y'all. It's hell, man. Trying to get this internet services. I don't know what it is. We do pay the bill. We do pay the
We
internet
do pay
bill.
the bill.
I promise you that. I don't know what the hell's going
And
on.
we got more storage.
Yeah, we paid for the storage. It was not that either, right? Just be patient with us, y'all. We're going to figure it out as much as we can. We're going to do our best, y'all, okay? So keep going now. I'm sorry.
All I was saying was to the men is, if you waste the valuable opportunities you have to study in your youth, when you have no rib, when you have no major responsibilities, if you don't take the time to get these narratives and these stories and these understandings now, they won't open up to you later.
So let's keep going.
All right.
So now we're so Abner's pissed. He's like, you're sitting. Abner's mad at Ishbosheth, and he's like, how dare you sit back here and check me like I'm
The dog's head.
like I'm a dog's head after all the kindness I've shown you. He's like, as soon as Saul, I came to you and brought you up to get a king.
I can't get one.
You still eating blueberries. You still eating blueberries, whatever you want, because of me.
Yeah, it sprinkles that.
Listen, you doing what you want because of me, and I can't have one of your concubines. You get out of here, right? But the first thing is he knows he's out of pocket. He can get his own concubines. Right?
Yeah.
He knows he's out of pocket, but it's a power play. So let's keep going.
It says, am I as a dog's head, which against Judah do show kindness to this day, and to the house of Saul thy father, to his brethren, and to his friends, and have not delivered thee into the hand of David, that thou chargest me today with a fault concerning this woman?
He's like, listen. He's like, don't forget, the reason that David ain't killed you dead is because of me. He's almost sitting back here and saying, you're checking me about a woman, but I could have you killed. I could just fall back and let David take you out. That's what I can do. Read on. Don't forget, they're still in that intestine war between the nations. Read on.
2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 9. So do the Most High to Abner, and more also, except as the Lord hath sworn to David, even so I do to him.
Now he's going to pull scriptures to be honorable now. He's like, you know what, man? You know, Ishbosheth, forget this, man. The Most High said the kingdom was supposed to be to David anyway. So I'm going to go to David and let him sit back here and get this kingdom.
Wow.
You know what it shows also? It shows that brothers pull scriptures at their convenience.
That's exactly what's happening. Now you want to talk about the Bible? Now you want to talk about the prophecy?
Oh,
it's been 7 years, my G.
The Lord
It's
is
been
good.
7 years. You knew the prophecy. And now you knew the prophecy when you was with Saul, when Saul told you that David was going to be the king. You knew the prophecy probably 15 years, my dude.
You knew Samuel was a prophet.
That was my point. So now you're mad. You're tired of carrying Ishbosheth. So now I'm going to cut him off and go to the winning team.
Yeah, just switching camps.
Because he's going to switch camps, and the way he's going to say now is, okay, I'm going to go with y'all, and let me try to work my way into a position with your camp. That's all this is camp banging, camp switching. I'm going to go switch to the winning side.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. Read on.
Verse 10. It says, to translate the kingdom from the house of Saul, and to set up the throne of David over Israel and over Judah, from Dan even to Beersheba.
Beersheba's the lowest point of the south. He's like, man, I'm going to sit back and go to David so he can be united in his hands like it should have been.
Yeah.
Like, you want to talk spirit now.
Yeah.
You didn't want to talk spirit yesterday.
Right.
When you took my gal, he
gonna pull scriptures on him like that.
Now you want to be in the Bible now? Get out of here, right? But that's how Israel does.
Right.
Yeah.
But you know what it is? That means when you point my stuff out, I'm going to throw it back at you.
Exactly.
Wow.
And that's the dynamic they have.
Yeah.
You know what it is? I'm not going to, if I'm Abner, I'm not going to talk about how you're soft in the battlefield. As long as you let me do what I want to do.
As long as you let me get what I want.
Give me my freedom, and I won't talk about how you assisted boy in that field.
Yeah.
Now you don't want to touch that smoke and get your nails dirty.
You can't shoot an arrow.
You don't want to get your nails dirty. You don't want to scuffle out here in the woods and them trees.
Yeah.
That's the truth. But as soon as Ishbosheth checked them, boom! Because that's how Israel does. I've seen it with my own eyes. As long as you don't point out my dirt, I won't point out your dirt. And we can have a really good friendship as long as you don't point out my shit. I've seen Israel roll like that for years.
And it leads,
for years.
It leads to bribing.
And that is the bribe. The bribe is I'm not going to stand up for what's right. Now, listen, now Abner was talking about the kingdom and how David rightly supposed to have the kingdom. Get out of here. You knew this stuff, but you took the bribe because you wanted the perks.
You wanted the benefits.
You want to act like you're the king, and you want to be the king, the proxy king, so So you like the
Because
position.
he has a better situation with Ishbosheth than he has with David.
Because he knows David got Joab. There can't be two captains.
And he know Joab looking for him.
Joab crazy. Joab is as crazy as Abner, right? This is why Abner, when he was running away from Asahel was like, Asahel, don't do this, man. Don't do this. Remember he was saying, he says, don't do this. Go to the left. Go to right. Fight these little dudes. Like, don't come at me, man. Because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to kill you. And your crazy brother is going to come at me forever.
He knew it.
This dude ain't letting up. I know it's not. This is going to end bad. He begged Asahel, don't do this, man. And he's like, this guy's just like me. He was as crazy as me. I already know what's going to happen. That's why Abner and him, after it was squashed, he didn't stop. He kept going all night back to home, right? Because he knew this guy's going to change his mind and roll up on us, right?
Yep.
Because he understood that blood feud was going to roll hot.
He blamed Little Rock, huh?
But this whole verse was about the bride, right?
Yep.
As long as you let me do what I want to do, Ishbosheth, we're cool. Now you want to check me about these things? I'm covering you. I'm covering you. I'm allowing you to function in this kingdom, bro. Now you got something to say to me? That is the dynamic that happens when the relationship isn't built upon standing up for righteousness.
It's an ordinate
It's an ordered relationship. That's all it is. When the relationship isn't built about living right, these things happen. Okay. So read on verse 11.
Verse 11. 2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 11. And he could not answer Abner a word again, because he feared him.
He was scared. Ishbosheth didn't say nothing. You're the king, man.
I do what I want to do. My concubines.
Yeah, those are mine. You can't. That's not right.
Whose concubines are they?
That's not.
It was so.
Stop me.
That's not honorable. Not right.
All I was saying was you could have asked me. All I'm saying is
Am I a dog?
we just should have talked about it. You could have.
Didn't you say better without counsel,
You
brother?
didn't tell me. That's all I was at. Just tell me, man. That's what you want. You never told me that's what you wanted.
Oh my God.
You can see how this is.
That's a man of shame.
You can
right there.
see how he was getting pushed around left and right. This is a bad day for the Ishbosheth household.
It's over.
Hold this and go to the Josephus. Antiquities of the Jews, chapter 7. I'm sorry, Antiquities of the Jews, book 7, chapter 1, paragraph 4. It's like, I want where it says, now this intestine war. It's like,
Say that again, book 7?
Book 7,
chapter 1,
paragraph 4,
it's like,
page 182.
it says, now this intestine war.
Yeah, I got it. Line
22.
sentence 22. So Josephus book 7, chapter 1, paragraph 4, sentence 22. Now, while this intestine war went on, and the subjects of the two kings came frequently to action and to fighting.
So they were constantly fighting for a position. Read on.
It was Abner, the general of the host of Saul's son, who, by his prudence and the great interest he had among the multitude, made them all continue with Ishbosheth. And indeed, it was a considerable time that they continued of his party.
So listen, Abner alone was keeping Ishbosheth's kingdom afloat through the wars and the fighting and the constant posturing for a position. Read on.
But afterwards, Abner was blamed, and an accusation was laid against him, that he went in unto Saul's concubine. Her name was Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah. So, when he was complained of by Ishbosheth, he was very uneasy and angry at it, because he had not justice done him by Ishbosheth, to whom he had shown the greatest kindness.
He's like, Ishbosheth, I'm keeping you afloat. But once again, this is how Jake thinks. If I'm keeping you afloat, I should have the right to do whatever I want to do when I want to do it. And that's the trade-off. Listen, he took the concubine. Let's not front out. He took the concubine to the scripture says. And listen, it was accusations because they saw a nigga leave the room. That's the accusation.
Smiling too, shiny.
Excuse my French, but yeah, they saw him leave the room. So you know what? Yeah, he did it.
Why was he back
But
there?
the problem is, is in his mind. I have carte blanche in the kingdom because I'm keeping the kingdom afloat.
Yep.
And this is why keeping the privilege on your own is important. When you got to sit back here and divvy up the power and positioning, you know what? You lose out. And now it's not about right and wrong. It's now I need you. Because I need you, I have to bend to your will.
Favor for a favor.
And now it's not about righteousness anymore. It's about favors for favors. I got to placate you because I need you. And then you don't want to be in that position. Read on.
Whereupon he threatened to transfer the kingdom to David.
See that? He didn't talk crazy to him.
Now I'm trying to take the position away because I have the power to give it or take it. Read on.
And demonstrate that he did not rule over the people beyond Jordan by his own abilities and wisdom.
He's like, listen, he's like, bro, you didn't sit back here and run the kingdom. I'm the one running the kingdom. You didn't do it.
When we shooting at the gym.
Yep, exactly. Read on.
It says, but by his warlike conduct and fidelity in leading his army.
I'm the one that's holding this up by my wars and strategy. I'm fitting off this damn beast from the south that's coming to take us over.
Yep.
Read on.
Sent ambassadors to Hebron to David, and desired that he would give him security upon oath, that he would esteem his companion and his friend, upon condition that he would persuade the people to leave Saul's son.
Because he had the swing votes.
Yep.
Like in America, I got Indiana, bro. I got Indiana, Pennsylvania. Why do you think they're sitting back here and why they choose certain vice presidents? And they choose certain cabinet members? Because they have control over certain sections where they're weak at.
There's a benefit to
There's
locking
a
that person
and
into
that's
the cabinet.
and that's the point. And what's happening here is Abner's like, listen, David, give me a safe journey to your spot, and I will secure the 9.5 tribes will mess with us. If they follow me, they'll follow you, and I'll convince them of that. I'll sway it.
It's a business move too.
This was all politics. This was politics in the maneuvering and the positioning of the scenario. Read on.
It says, and chose him king of the whole country. And when David had made that league with Abner, for he was pleased with his message to him, he desired that he would give this as the first mark of performance.
Hold that. Go back to the scriptures. Because there's going to be a condition of this happening. Because you know what Abner was realizing, that I've gone as far as I can with this guy, and all the benefits, the problems outweigh the benefits.
Yep.
I might as well back out and go to the winning side, and I can get some leverage. Maybe I can just sit back here and find a position in David's kingdom.
You see, it wasn't about the Lord.
It was not about the Lord.
You see how when a person's insincere, it's not about the Most High, but they quote scriptures.
And that's
They
all
talk
this
the
is.
Bible.
Yeah.
But it's really about their benefits.
Their personal
That
agenda.
it's about personal advantage and benefits
With some scriptures behind.
versus the most and the most.
Sprinkle some sugar on it.
And you put the Most High as like the little glaze on the outside, make it look clean. It's not a good thing.
It is. But this is the political realm of Israel. Or people in general.
Yeah.
Read on.
We're in 2 Samuel now, chapter 3,
Sup,
verse
Sap?
12.
Sup?
It says, and Abner sent messengers of David on his behalf, saying,
Come.
whose is the land? Saying also,
You know who this is supposed to be. Read on.
make thy league with me, and behold, my hand shall be with thee
A little flattery.
Yeah.
to bring about all Israel unto thee.
Now it's about the unity now.
Yeah.
Now we're going to talk unity, because I don't like my deal over here with Ishmael.
Yeah, my deal's not good anymore.
Let's pull some unity scriptures.
There's no
now.
benefit.
Yeah, there's no more benefit now. Listen,
Yeah.
there's a ceiling to what I can get with Ishmael. So let me go over here. Read on.
Verse 13. And he said, well, I will make a league with thee, but one thing I require of
Because
thee.
One thing I want.
David's like, I get it. Okay, you want to bring him over to me? Cool. But I want one thing. Read on.
That is, thou shalt not see my face,
I'm not going to sit back here and give you a one-on-one meet unless you do this. Read on.
except thou bring Michal, Saul.
No, it's Michal.
Oh, Michal, Salakia. Michal, Saul's daughter, when thou comest to see my face.
Read on.
And David sent messengers to Ishbosheth, Saul's son, saying, Deliver me my wife, Michal, which I espoused to me for 100 foreskins of the Philistines.
Now listen, verse 14 lets you know that the initial communication was between him and Abner. But he also did things in order and went right to Ishbosheth. He said, I want my wife back. The initial petition was to Abner. He says, Abner, I'm not going to do any one-on-ones unless I get my wife back. But then he also sent an official letter and a message to Ishbosheth, I want my wife back.
He tried to roll some order out.
Well, he still did it. He just didn't go backdoor and do this backdoor angle. Abner want to go straight backdoor with this. He said, I'll meet with you, but I'm not going to meet with you unless I get Michal back. And I'm going to let Ishbosheth know so there's no like sidewinding deals going on. He kept everything straight up.
In the clear.
In the clear, so there was no darkness in the midst of it. There was no leaven in there. Like my brother likes to say, man.
Yeah.
So it works out. But also he says, I want Michal back because I earned it. I sit back and killed 400 Philistine foreskins for this present, for this gift.
That was the original agreement on the contract.
That was the original contract, but also that was a political move also.
Mm-hmm.
Because listen, what did him marrying Michal mean? Back in the day, what did that mean?
He was
he had a connection with the kingship of the north.
Benjamin, yeah.
So he was sitting back here and reestablishing political ties and justification to the throne on a national level.
And you're softening up Benjamin.
You're softening up Benjamin and you're justifying your position. Listen, I was supposed to be aligned with the king's family anyway.
A long time ago.
He knew old boy had his time. The husband had his time with her, but he's like, it's more about making the smart play. I gotta make the political positioning play to justify my position.
The kingdom.
If I was gonna be the son-in-law to the king, then I'm still the son-in-law to the king technically. That has never changed.
And the dude knew when he got Michal, he knew it was belonged to David first time.
I know that.
He's not stupid.
It's not stupid.
Everybody knew David went and did that mission.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knew he was supposed to die. Came back victorious. Everybody celebrated. Look up and say, well, you have it. He knew he was getting in.
That was a snake move.
He knew he was inheriting a fishy scenario.
Yep.
That was fishy.
But once again, he made this move for honor purposes.
Yep.
What I love about how David operates, he's not going to move forward until things are done right. He's not going to sit back here and blow past dishonorable ass decisions. And now he's in a position to get what's rightfully his. So, I'm not going to move forward until you right this wrong. Then we can move forward. That's how a spiritual man operates. We're not going to move forward until things are done the right way. So you know what? Right this wrong, and we can work on the uniting of families and the unification of Israel. So he confirmed that with Abner and told Ishbosheth that too. Read on.
2 Samuel chapter 3 verse 15. And Ishbosheth sent and took her from her husband.
So Ishbosheth made the order. Ishbosheth gave in and did it. Because he knew it was right. He didn't even have to run through Abner with that. Read on.
I had a question. She had a husband.
Yes.
That was still lawful for the kingdom.
It was his first. Don't forget, she was given to David. But then Saul said, you know what? No, take her from David and give her to somebody else.
Technically, lawfully, he had right. He espoused to her.
Yes.
He was lawfully espoused to her. Lawfully.
And he paid the dowry.
Okay.
He paid the dowry. Now I'm gonna say this. It didn't say if he had laid with her, but what I do know is they were in the same room together. When she told Saul that he was sick, remember that? They were coming to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, listen, she told the guards, he's not feeling well.
Oh, yeah.
He's in the bed with me. He's sick. Give him some time. So you think they weren't doing nothing?
Yeah, David go to war all day. and he don't do nothing. He come home.
No
It's a
reward?
long day. He's like, I just want to lay next to her.
It's
Come on.
spoon. It's gonna spoon on forever.
Come on.
No.
They weren't just spooning.
Ever spooning that. I said, no, listen, that was his woman. It doesn't say specifically. What you got?
If we reread 14, it says, And David sent messengers to Ishbosheth, Saul's son, saying, Deliver me my wife Michal, wife Michal, which I espoused to me for 100 foreskins of the Philistines. The definition of espoused, promised in by marriage, by contract.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that it was already set up.
It was already set up.
This is not adultery on David's
This is not adultery. This was treachery.
Right.
You know what this shows? You know what this shows?
Mm-hmm.
When people do wicked things, they make a very simple process now get confusing. This is the problem with wickedness.
And they miss it.
When people rest judgment and don't do things the right way, now you make situations sticky and weird and uncomfortable, and now there's extra problems involved, and it's foggy now. But it wasn't supposed to be that way. Yes, sir.
Mark 10:9.
Just what just say the verse? What's it
What
say?
therefore the Most High hath joined together, let no man put asunder.
That's true, but on a very basic level, this is a normal
Marriage contract.
exchange.
Right.
So this wasn't even like, I don't even want to take it super spiritual because that's true. But the Most High brings together, you can't take asunder. But on a very general level, this was a contract that Saul voided.
That was what David already earned.
Yes, he said. First of all, he got duped twice. He was supposed to have the first wife. Remember, he said that whoever takes Goliath gets my first wife, my
He
first
said,
daughter.
never mind.
That's what was the first thing. He was supposed to get his first daughter. Then he sat back and snitched on him or flip-flopped on him and gave her to somebody else. Then he said, okay, if you take McCall, because McCall really is into you, but you got to kill all these Philistines. He did it twice and got flim-flammed. He got flim-flammed twice.
Hustle that.
That's the point.
That was bond.
Exactly. So this is the situation. She was lawfully his. Even though the situation is messed up, he's about doing things right and establishing honor the way it's supposed to be. Okay?
He paid for it.
Yeah. So now let's get to so go verse 15.
Verse 15, it says, And Ishbosheth sent and took her from her husband, even from Phatiel, or Tiel, the son of Laish.
Listen, Phatiel's about to get taken. Anyway, read on.
It says, And her husband went with her along, weeping.
This dude's crying because he's going to lose his woman. He's sitting back here crying in the sand.
You didn't cry when you saw David. When you saw David pay the price, and then Saul changed it and said, "It goes along." You didn't cry then.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna cry now?
He didn't even make that man earn anything. He said, "Take her." It was a dog move, bro. Now he won't cry.
And a man of honor would be like, that's something wrong.
That's out of pocket.
Yeah.
And that's the point. So he's crying now. Is he gonna lose his gal? Read on.
But I love
We had
I love her. We spend good time together.
Yeah, this ain't right. This ain't right.
I'm sick and tired of Cuba Gooding. I'm sick and tired of this.
Yeah, punch in the air.
And I'm pushing it. That's that Cuba Gooding Jr. It wasn't Menace. It was Boys in the Hood. After he dealt with the cops, this is what this guy is doing.
Baby,
Even though I was fake as hell, he wasn't about hitting nobody. I chump nigga. Excuse my French.
Yeah.
That scene really pissed me off. I really didn't buy him in that scene. I didn't believe him. I didn't believe him. I didn't believe him. I just didn't believe him. It was fake. Anyway,
Is it fake crying?
he was fake crying. It was overacting. Listen, but I ain't never seen nobody after they get shook by the cops. They really scared than anything.
Yeah.
Anyway,
This is what happens when you're doing things right.
big tough guys. And so he's crying like Cuba Gooding was. About to lose his cow.
It wasn't set up right.
It wasn't set up right.
That relationship wasn't built right.
It wasn't built in Christ. It wasn't built in the scriptures.
Exactly.
It was built on the flesh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Read on.
2 Samuel chapter 3 and 16. And her husband went with her along, weeping behind her.
He didn't have to go out. He wasn't supposed to go out. He tried to convince her.
No, watch
Don't
what Abner says,
To Bahurim. It says, Then said Abner unto him, Go, return.
Get your ass out of here, man. All this crying, man. You gotta get out of here, bro. Go back to your crib. It's over, man. It's over, man. Abner was a dog, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Listen, that dude was a real dude. Get out of here, man. That's enough. You give her a hug. Get out of here, man. That's it, man. Give her a hug. Get her out of here, man. You know how to chill, man. Get out of here, man.
Why you over here, man?
It's enough. That's enough, man. I'm tired of that damn crying. You know, that's enough, man. It's enough. You know that. And he returned, huh? Everybody was afraid of Abner, right? Everybody was afraid of this dude,
Like a sugar guy.
He was a pure warrior, huh? Damn, man. Read on that.
Shut the door like this.
You know how many Philistines he killed in his lifetime?
Death row here.
This dude was weak. Anyway, read on that. He's hilarious, huh?
You never heard him again.
You know?
So then Abner said unto him, Go, return. And he returned. And Abner had communication with the elders of Israel, saying, Ye sought for David in times past to be king over you.
Now listen, what this is saying is, remember I said earlier that Ishbosheth was king for 2 years and David was king for 7 in Hebron? Mm-hmm. What it's showing you is that there was still unrest and uneasiness about the 9.5 tribes, or the 10 tribes, the 10 tribes aligning themselves with Ishbosheth. He's saying it. Abner said, listen, I know you guys at times were considering bringing David in to king over you. This was a back and forth contention. It was some people that were siding with David from the north. Some people were siding with Benjamin.
Because things weren't done right. When things aren't done right, it creates a lot of internal tension with the nation.
And that's what was happening. Listen, Ishbosheth looked shady as hell, didn't look strong. They were unsure about his leadership ability.
Everybody wasn't sold on that idea. Though.
I know that. And so he said this Abner is like, listen, man, I know there was issues, but you know who was the deciding factor? They said, man, we'll follow you, Abner. If you gonna vouch for this dude, we'll follow you. So he was the swing vote for the majority of the people.
Yep.
So we're like, man, I know there was contention about if you should choose David or not. Read on.
It says, verse 18, Now then do it.
Do it, man. Now it's time to switch over. It's time, man. We need to move over and do things the right way. Read on.
For the Lord hath spoken of David, saying, By the hand of my servant David, I will save my people
Everybody
Israel.
knew it.
Everybody knows Bible verses now.
Yeah.
But they knew Bible verses for 7 years. They knew the Bible for 7 years. Why now?
It was full of crap.
Israel is full of crap, and it was all about Abner had a position and felt like he was the Don, and he was going to milk it out as long as he could.
Right. Proxy king.
Mm-hmm. Read on.
Out of the hand of the Philistines, and out of the hand of all their enemies.
Done.
And Abner also spake in the ears of Benjamin.
Because Benjamin was one who didn't want to give up that position out. They were the ones you're going to see during David's coronation. They were the ones who still were iffy about it. There was still a strong side that was on Saul's side. So he had to really convince Benjamin. But the good thing was that he was Benjamin. And this is why David took Michal, who was Benjamin, to sit back and work on these relations so that people can be at peace with the transition.
So it wasn't just as simple as killing people.
No, this you know what you had to win their trust. David was a master he understood being in order, but he understood how to communicate, and he understood how to sit back here and make honorable decisions so that blame couldn't come back to him.
So he was well-rounded.
He was really about making the smart, calculated decision. That's what David was really good at.
He wasn't sitting here rubbing people the wrong way.
He wasn't overly emotional. He was methodical in his position. That's why I said,
It also said that the people loved him anyway.
You know why? Because he didn't make dumb decisions. He wasn't emotional. He wasn't erratic. He kept the posture of being honorable, and he chose and made the right decision at the right time. So now as Abner wants to come to him, okay.
And also he didn't take people personal.
Kind of.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because he never took none of those exploits that Saul had against him on a personal level, even when he had opportunity to kill him.
And even now, listen, don't forget, Asahel was a nephew of David. Did y'all know that? Because don't forget, Joab was a cousin of David's. Because his sister, those are his sister's sons. Joab, Asahel, and Abinah. Those are his sister's sons, so they're family. But he also knew that Asahel had it coming because he made the wrong decision.
God.
He could see that. Joab was over the top. And this was bloodthirsty. But he knew, listen, man, if Asahel's going at him in war, what is Abner supposed to do? Abner told him no.
He could not run him.
He could not run him. He's like, listen, bro, stop. Go to somewhere else. Stop. He didn't listen. What was he supposed to do? David understood that. And David understood there was a bigger picture involved. I got to unite this nation.
Can I say one thing?
Yes.
David not only put in the work, but he was very amiable. The word amiable means having or displaying a friendly and pleasant manner.
Mm-hmm.
The opposite of amiable is unfriendly and disagreeable. We look at friendship as I like you, you like me. No, friendship is really things that I do are not abrasive to you. I'm not being an abrasive factor. I'm not being a guy that's inconsiderate. I'm considerate in how everything the Bible says a wise man will consider. Right? I'm supposed to be. I'm saying it wrong. It says
Wise counselor.
A man of counsel.
A man of counsel will be considerate. He's showing he has the amiable quality of consideration in every step. So it's not just I put the work in, I deserve this. No, I'm gonna put the work in, and I'm gonna posture myself and be amiable and considerate to people. A leader has to be considerate to people and have the necessary work ethic and sacrifice ability to be justified in his leadership. It's both. It's not just one sided. I put the work in. Give me do what I say. It's both. I have the amiable qualities and consideration to be justified with people on a interpersonal level. That's a part of leadership too. You can't just be this guy that's not. It has bad interpersonal skills. Is that clear?
Yeah.
One verse on that too to explain that. Hebrews chapter 2 verse 17.
Hebrews chapter 2 verse 17. It says, wherefore in all things it behooved him.
And this is what made Christ so special. It says Christ didn't evade none of the illnesses, sicknesses, issues. He didn't evade. Remember, he was around sinners. He was around, the publicans. He put himself in the midst of people that other people may say, man, why are you hanging with those people? Those people are polluted. They're filthy. They're dirty. But he had a great sensibility to put himself around people and understand their situation. Very understanding. Read on.
To be made like unto his brethren.
And that word behoovement means to be necessary, fit, or proper. It was proper or appropriate that Christ be made like unto his brethren. Read on. For what reason?
That he might be a merciful and faithful high priest in things pertaining to the Most High.
So he was able to convince the Most High as that mediator that don't take these people personal. Just like David didn't take Saul personal, even though Christ was around a bunch of killers and thugs and hooligans, he still knew how to not to take these individuals personal. Yeah. He still, having that ability to know that people are sick, but still be merciful, but still not be empathetic to where you give them the green light. He was able to sit and mediate between us as sinners and the Most High. Give them another opportunity. Let's do things right. Let's not punish them all the way. Let's not kill them. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. So you have to be sensitive to people, especially when they're weak. But what made David special was he understood how to be sensitive to what was better for the kingdom, what was better for the nation. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna match fire with fire or anger with anger. Let's talk about this, but just bring my woman back. I'm cool with uniting the kingdom, but hey, bring my woman back, and then we can talk about it. You know what I'm saying? But that's a good quality to have, is when you can reconcile differences based upon mercy.
But still hold fast to honor.
Yep.
And not budge when it comes to sitting back here crossing the line with spiritual conduct.
That's greatness.
That's how you operate.
He had clarity of thought. He wasn't in this foggy, confused.
He wasn't guided by emotion.
He wasn't. No. His passions didn't rule his decisions, and that makes a good king.
Right, makes a great king. So let's keep going. Read on verse 9 19 again.
2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 19. And Abner also spake in the ears of Benjamin. And Abner went also to speak into the ears of David.
Stop. I want to read the Josephus before he finally gets to Hebron to talk to David. So now we were in the Josephus.
We're in the middle of sentence 25. It says,
read
the
it.
first mark of performance, already from the top.
For he was
Josephus
pleased.
Book 7, chapter 1. Chapter 1, paragraph 4, sentence 25. And when David had made that league with Abner, for he was pleased with his message to him, he desired that he would give this as the first mark of performance of the present league, that he might have his wife Michal restored unto him, as her whom he had purchased with great.
I don't know, bro. Okay, it's back on again. We were reading, y'all, and I wasn't even sure it was on.
We'll go back a couple times, back a couple steps.
Yeah, go back. That it said that he had formerly dissuaded them. That they had formerly dissuaded them.
27.
Gotcha. It says that he had formerly dissuaded them from their own resolution when they were ready to forsake Ishbosheth and to join themselves to David. That, however, he now gave them leave so to do, if they had a mind to it. For they knew that the Most High had appointed David to be king of all the Hebrews by Samuel the prophet, and had foretold that he should punish the Philistines and overcome them and bring them under.
What we also got to understand is this, from reading this is a reminder that as much as we know the Most High is there to defend us, he also allows opposition to get in the way of progress. Listen, he allowed Abner to sit back here and slow up the coronation. He allowed that process to happen for 7 more years. A lot of times we get angry that our push and our desire to move forward is held back, and that there's obstacles and people that are literally in the way of what we want to get done. But that is part of serving the Most High. He allows these obstacles to get in the way to see what you're going to do about it.
I send you forth as sheep among wolves.
Yeah, and exactly. And then these wolves, their job is to sit back here and make things difficult for you, to slow progress up, slow growth up.
To be Israelite, brother, think that being Israelite means that everything's going to be easy. Everything's going to be like a storybook, a Disney fairy tale. Everything magically works out.
No, it doesn't at all.
Also, if there's no struggle to get it, you won't appreciate it.
Right.
You won't value the position. If you understood what it took to be in that position, you wouldn't take that position so lightly. It wouldn't be such a I'm not all the way invested into this position. But when after you've gone through a multitude of battles and facing adversity, then when you're in that position, you value it, you secure it, you care about it, your heart is involved in it, and it takes investment to care about something.
The crazy thing is he put it in Abner's mind to be defiant. Then he took it out of his mind to be defiant. It's all the Most High.
Yeah.
And this is what we have to understand. Any roadblocks that are in our way, the Most High is allowing those roadblocks to be there. And we have to be willing to be in order until the Most High lifts off those roadblocks and accept that we're truly servants and we're not in control of anything. That's why I want to really drive that point, because, man, listen, Abner was like, listen, I was the guy holding you up. I held the entire nation from coming together because I wanted power. Now I'm going to convince these same people, now it's time to unite. This is partially why the Most High allowed him to get killed too, later on.
Because Most High may have spared his life. He did the honorable thing.
Well, he did do it, but he did it late.
No, I'm talking about Ishbosheth.
Yeah, what do you mean?
I was saying Ishbosheth like
Well,
down the
no,
line.
Ishbosheth did. This was Abner talking to the people.
Yeah, but I'm saying down the line, wasn't Ishbosheth killed?
Yeah, they were both killed.
But I'm saying maybe if Ishbosheth had been like, okay, it is according to prophecy, my father's dead. According to prophecy, this is right. I'm gonna step down rightfully.
They were both resting judgment. They were both in the way of what was supposed to happen.
It wasn't just Abner being guarded.
No, but it was Abner was the head guy. And Ishbosheth wasn't going to sit back and say no.
But he should have though.
They both should have. So let's keep going.
Sentence 28. Now, when the elders and rulers heard this, and understood that Abner was come over to those sentiments about the public affairs which they were of before, they changed their measures, and came in to David. When these men had agreed to Abner's proposal, he called together the tribe of Benjamin.
So he had to get the other 9 tribes before they got to Benjamin, because they were going to be the hardest sell. Read on.
For of all that tribe were the guards of Ishbosheth's body. And he spake to them to the same purpose. And when he saw that they did not in the least oppose what he said, but resigned themselves up to his opinion.
His bodyguard sold him out. Ishbosheth's bodyguard said, "No, we gonna let this guy go out."
You know
That's
what?
crazy.
You know why? Because everybody can recognize the sinking
This
ship.
dude's
bro.
eating fruit out. This
Well, you
dude's
know,
eating fruit.
they know this sink. This ship is about to sink, bro. Everybody knows. Okay, we treading water. We taking water in this boat.
And he's like,
It's only a matter
if
of
we
time.
lose, Abner is over.
They
Like
knew
we
it.
losing Abner is over, bro. This. Where's the white flag, guy? It's
Yeah.
over, man. Let's keep going. It's crazy, guy.
He took about 20 of his friends and came to David, in order to receive himself security upon oath from him. For we may justly esteem those things to be firmer which every one of us is to do by ourselves, than those which we are by another, which we do by another. He also gave him account of what was said to the rulers and to the whole tribe of Benjamin.
Now we go back to the scripture, 2 Samuel chapter 3 and verse 20 again.
2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 20. It says, So Abner came to David to Hebron, and 20 men with him, and David made Abner and the men that were with him a feast. And Abner said unto David, I will arise and go, and will gather all Israel unto my lord the king, that they may make a league with thee, and that thou mayest reign over all that thine heart desireth. And David sent Abner away, and he went in peace.
So that was that. Yeah.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Everything was cool.
Everything was cool.
Everything was cool. Abner, listen, Abner didn't even sit back here and try to find out what he's going to get out to do.
No.
He just said, listen, man, I'm coming here. It's peace. The North's on your side. Benjamin's all right with it, too. We cool? Here's your girl. I shoot away, old boy. Everything's going to be okay. Read on.
Verse 22. And behold, the servants of David and Joab came from pursuing a troop.
Warring, killing.
Right.
Listen, Joab is always killing and fighting, looking to kill somebody out. So he's coming out of war. He gets back. Read on.
And brought in a great spoil with them. But Abner was not with David in Hebron, for he had sent him away, and he was gone in peace.
David knew what the hell he was doing. He said, I got to keep Joab away. It's going to be an anarchy. It's going to be Jerry Springer when they see each other here. Right? I got to keep him away. Listen, go on this mission. Right? Go fight these Amalekites over here. Right? So I can sit back and talk business with Abner. Right? Read on.
When Joab and all the host that was with him were come, they told Joab, saying, Abner the son of Ner came to the king, and he hath sent him away, and he is gone in peace.
That's Israel starting stuff too. Right?
You know
Abner was
Abner
here,
was here,
and then,
yeah.
they dabbed each other up, gave each other a hug. You know that, right? What? Joab was going crazy. Right? Read on. Right?
Then Joab came to the king and said, What hast thou done?
What did you do? He killed my brother.
You kill my father.
Yeah. Read on.
Behold, Abner came unto thee. Why is it that thou hast sent him away? He is gone quiet, or he is quiet gone.
He's quite gone. Like, what do you do? He's got it here. Why'd you do this?
Why you let him go?
You had him. Read on.
Thou knowest Abner the son of Ner, that he came to deceive thee, and to know thy going out and thy coming in, and to know all that thou doest.
Abner doing intel on you.
He
doing intel.
He got that paranoid.
He's going crazy, because he's paranoid. He's projecting like because if I was there, that's what I'd be doing. If I was in Ishbosheth's temple, I'm sizing up the whole place, so I can come back and take it out. Read on.
And when Joab was come out from David, he sent messengers after Abner which brought him again from all the well of Syria. But David knew it not. And when Abner was returned to Hebron, Joab took him aside in the gate to speak with him quietly, and smote him there under the 5th rib.
Bro, he snug killed him, right? Because David said everything was cool, right? So Abner thought everything was going to be cool when he met up with Joab, I mean. He sat back and 5th ribbed him, right? Read on.
That he died for the blood of Asahel, his brother. And afterward, when David heard it, he said, I and my kingdom are guiltless before the
He's
Lord.
like, don't put this on Judah.
Yeah.
Don't put this on Judah and don't put this one on me. I didn't do none of this. It was peace. And then this guy sat back and pulled. He had to back off and disassociate. This was a very sensitive matter, right?
Right, because that stains the reputation of the whole camp.
Con! And now all of a sudden, Abner got all the north on his side. Now he's dead? I know he's like, this is bull! You know what it is? It's no different than what we're doing in the camp, like you're moving forward and somebody sits back here and does something that brings back relations and you got to go start over again now.
Yeah.
It's just showing you, this is what happens when people put their own agendas in front of progress.
Yep.
This happens all the time in Israel. People are mad. They got a score to settle during sensitive peace relations.
Yep.
He should have stayed out of the way and waited and stayed in order. But no, he couldn't do it. So David had to sit back and say, no, that wasn't me. I didn't do it. It was not my fault. Nor does that move represent the nation.
Right.
Or the South, the Judah. Read on.
So I'm sorry.
What's that?
So I know it don't really say it, but so did David, I'm sure, had potentially some idea that what the intentions were of Joab, right?
Well, don't forget, he left and privately sent him back.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I understand that, but I mean, it doesn't say it. I was just kind of wondering if that was maybe it's a little Josephus thing, but I mean, he may have been potentially aware of what Joab's intentions may have been, right?
I would say no, because David didn't want that to happen. It wasn't advantageous for David to do that, or even to back it.
Well, not to back it, but
No, you're saying that you're asking that was it possible that David understood that the potential of Joab's extreme nature?
Well, that's why he didn't have him be there in the meeting.
yeah.
That's why he didn't have him there in the first place. That's why he sent him away.
At the time, it was everything, man.
He sent him on a wild goose chase.
Yeah.
That was why he did it, to keep him away from Abner.
Right.
So he wouldn't fight him, but he just didn't know he was going to call him back under false pretenses and kill him like a damn thief, like a dog.
Oh, okay. So because he's already gone, he didn't. Right.
He was on his way home. He didn't know that Abner sat back and brought him back.
Abner thought David may have brought it back.
Exactly, and he used that to his advantage because he said, Abner's trying to make peace. I got to get him now.
Right.
It's messed up, bro. Read on.
Says, are guiltless before the Lord forever from the blood of Abner, the son of Ner. Let it rest on the head of Joab and on all his father's house, and let there not fail from the house of Joab one.
So he said, listen, man, that curse is going to be on their head. Listen, all their families' heads going to have this war and this death on them. It's never going to leave them. Read on.
One that hath an issue, or that is a leopard, or that leaneth on a staff, or that falleth on the sword, or that lacketh bread.
He just says, the curse is they're going to always live this violent, chaotic life, and it's going to be going from generation to generation. Because it was beyond fighting for his nation. There was a bloodlust.
Right.
This dude was off. It was too much. He liked killing too much. You know, some people, they fight for their nation, they go home to deal with their family. This guy loved it. He was a killer. He was a manslayer, right? That's all this guy was. He said, "Curse be this guy's a bloody man." He says it later on. Read on.
Verse 30. So Joab and Abishai, his brothers, slew Abner because he had slain their brother Asahel at Gibeon in the battle.
It's easier to blame Joab than for them to blame themselves, because they egged this whole thing on. Him and Abner egged this whole process on. They were two hotheads starting crap amongst each other. Read on.
Verse 31. And David said to Joab and to all the people that were with him, Rend your clothes and girt you with sackcloth, and mourn before Abner. And King David himself followed the bier.
The bier is like the casket. So he wanted to make sure that everybody knew that he had supported Abner and that this wasn't him.
Right.
He had to sit back and make sure everybody saw he was there in support of Abner and he had nothing to do with it.
That was bad for the kingdom. Huh?
And that's why he's making these extreme moves. I'm going to be here right in the heart of this ceremony. I'm going to shed the tears. They're going to see that I feel bad about this situation.
The question is, did Joab feel bad?
Hell no.
You know, he don't feel bad.
He didn't feel bad at all. Everything was going to be okay.
He might have been smiling at the funeral, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But, you know, because...
Like Jay-Z was a Poxac.
Yeah.
You going out.
But no, I'm just saying...
1A,
Yeah,
except for the
tripping.
backward of protest.
So, no, I'm just saying, Joab didn't feel no type of way.
Nope.
No, he didn't have any remorse behind his actions.
No.
But, yes, one man may have been vindicated because I got my justice. But look at the estate that it puts everybody else in. You know what I'm saying?
He wasn't
For
thinking
one
about the
man's
big
satisfaction. One thing about the big picture. I got my satisfaction because I felt vindicated, and I ain't gonna let nobody do me wrong without feeling the repercussion.
God.
But look at the estate that it puts the general public in, or the whole population or nation, of the opportunity that they have in front of them to unite the whole nation in peace.
Wow.
So one man's desire for pleasure
Wow.
destroys what the potential of a whole nation can benefit from.
And that's what Scripture says, one sinner destroyeth much good.
Yeah.
One sinner destroys much good. The crazy thing is that everything you said was right, but Asahel died honorably in war, on the battlefield. He didn't even sit back here and just fight him one-on-one. If it was going to be that way, let's go fight one-on-one. Let me not sneak attack you. Abner made sure, he says, Asahel, don't do this.
Yeah.
Don't do this, Asahel. Go to the left. Go to the right. Fight somebody else. This isn't going to end well. Don't do this. Don't do this. Well, I have no choice. Pop. Point is this. Joab didn't even afford Abner that same respect. If it was about fighting, so listen, man, me and you going to have it out right now. Mano a mano. Why not do that? Why sneak kill him? He snuck killed him because he was afraid that Abner was going to take his position. He held more sway. Logically, don't you think, David, listen, in a carnal man's mind, Abner is just as much of a killer as I am, probably more. He has a greater track record, and he's got the sway of the north. I gotta kill him. Because now there can't be two captains at the top in war. He did that. Listen, he used Asahel as an excuse.
Wow.
He used Asahel as an excuse to gain position and to not lose his position. Think about that.
He was off.
Listen, Abner had the whole sway of the entire northern kingdom.
Yeah.
And logically, you would think David might have kept them both. Would you sit back here and not have Abner be on your side?
Do double damage.
That dude's a dog, guy.
Do double damage.
Yeah, that's with them too. But Joab was like, no, I can't have this happen. I gotta kill him, but I'm gonna use the Asahel situation to justify taking him out and keeping my position at the same time.
And
it benefits on both
The
sides.
term for that is called false pretense.
God,
This is it's an insincere reason.
God.
We're going to Iraq for Iraqi freedom. We got to free these people that are under this oppressions.
Yep.
Esau always uses false pretense. But we say Esau's being a white man. But listen, Esau was a Hebrew. So we have the same spirit within us to do things based on false pretense.
He was trying to save his position on top of get his quote unquote justice. It's really clear.
Wow.
But David had to sit back here and say, nah, I have to find a way to show the nation I had no part in this.
And if he was in order, he would have went through his head.
But he wasn't about that.
If he was in order, he would have went through his head because that's order.
But in Joab's head, listen, he's already siding with him. He's already at peace with him. It's only a matter of time before David says, hey, Abner's going to be the new captain. This is where his paranoid mind was. It was only a matter of time. He held the political sway. Listen, these were political proxy wars.
So he was a slave to paranoia.
What is it? And inevitable. The same reason why he didn't kill Abner man up. Because he was going to be a challenge. He might have lost. This dude held sway. Because now there's no doubt he's going to unite Benjamin and all 9.5 with Abner next to him. This was about political positioning. David understood it. But Joab was like, if you're not going to kill him, then you know what? It's good. If you're not going to kill him, then maybe. It's back on. The water again, Israel.
So the point being is, so we know that you have, this man was paranoid of losing his position. He made a choice, but it wasn't based on the father. It wasn't like a David type mindset. It was just a logical, advantageous, personal decision. So this scripture right here, 2 Samuel 3:23 says what?
2 Samuel 23 verse 3.
The
power of Israel said.
The power of Israel is the Most High. Read.
The rock of Israel spake to me. He that ruleth over men must be just.
He that ruleth over men must be just. Read on.
That top you hit out to.
Ruling in the fear of the Most High.
Every decision has to be based on the fear of the Most High. You're seeing guys that don't make choices based on the fear of the Most High. They have these demises. They have these uncomfortable circumstances that happen because they're not making choices that the Most High would sanction. Well, the Most High would thumb up or validate or approve.
Right, and I like that because that's not just a ruler, but that's every man.
Come.
In Ecclesiastes chapter 32, read that. Ecclesiastes chapter 32, verse 18.
Ecclesiastes chapter 32, verse 18. A man of counsel.
But David was known as one that would always use the priest, the Ummim and the Thummim.
Yep.
He would always seek the counsel from the Ark of the Covenant. You know what I'm saying? He would always go to the priest to ask the ephod, to get a message from the Most High.
Come.
He was always a man of counsel. He was always a man not to promote his own indulgence and his own way of doing things. Read on.
It says a man of counsel will be considerate, but a strange and proud man.
But you got some men that are what?
Strange and proud.
And what the ways that they do things are what?
Strange and proud.
And what
it's
inordinate, but what makes it strange and what makes it proud, how do you know it's strange and how do you know it's proud though? Read.
Is not daunted with fear.
That word daunted means intimidated or to be checked by fear. And so he says a man who has ways that are strange and proud is a man who's not intimidated of the fact that I'm doing things that's not according to the Most High. I'm not going to check by anybody to make sure that I'm doing what I want to do. I'm just gonna act out, behave, and do what I feel is right. And I'm not going to go by anybody to say, double check, come behind, take another look at, let me get another opinion. Let me ask if this is right. Maybe I'm being extreme. I'm just going to execute though. See, a person that's not daunted with fear, that's how you know their ways are strange and proud. Read on.
Even when of himself.
It says, even of himself. Go ahead.
He hath done without counsel.
And it says, even of himself, when he have done without what?
Counsel.
Because this is how you know that this man is strange and proud. Because he doesn't go to counsel to get answers. This man will just do what he wants to do, and then he doesn't care about the results. He doesn't care about, you know what, is the Most High backing me in my decision making? Is the Most High with me in this thought process? He don't care about that. Is the Most High going to bless this? He doesn't care about that. Is the Most High going to be pleased? I don't care about what the Most High think. I care about what I think. This is the kind of man that's how you know this man is strange and this man is proud. Because there's nothing that keeps him in order. There's nothing that checks him. He's not checked by anything. If I'm not checked by anything, that means there's no limit to what I'll do. And that's what makes this man strange. Because damn, you don't fear nothing. You don't care about the consequences of your actions. That's why it says in verse 19. Read on verse 19.
Verse 19. It says, do nothing without advice.
And that's why it comes back and says, don't be a strange and proud man. The way that you avoid from being a strange and proud man is you get advice in everything that you do. You seek counsel before you seek action.
Right.
And on like a war's point, let that go and go to Proverbs 27:4. On that point that a war made also about, like, it's clear to see what Joab's mind was. Read that right there.
Proverbs chapter 27 and verse 4. Wrath is cruel.
It says wrath is what?
Cruel.
And we know wrath is the effects of anger. So, yes, Joab was angry that he lost his brother, that Abner killed his brother. Wrath is cruel. He did that move out of wrath. Read on.
And anger is outrageous.
It said, and anger is outrageous. This man could not, it said anger rests in the bosom of a fool. Read on.
But who is able to stand before envy?
But what's stronger than wrath and cruelty?
Envy.
Envy.
And what's stronger than anger?
Envy.
Envy is stronger than anger. Envy is stronger than wrath. Envy is stronger than somebody who's operating out of anger, who's operating out of wrath. Envy is stronger than both of those. So if we look at Joab's actions, what was his real motivation?
Envy.
It was envy, bro.
Yep.
He was envious of Abner.
And let's go into the proof. Let's read Antiquities of the Jews, book 7, chapter 1, paragraph 5. It goes into what he was envious of concerning David, or Abner, I should say. It's Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, book 7, chapter 1, paragraph 5.
Right here, 31.
Mine doesn't say the number. Mine is this paragraph 5.
Yeah, I got 5 right here. It says, when David had sent Abner away, Joab, the general of his army, came immediately to Hebron. And when he had understood that Abner had been with David and had parted with him a little before under leagues and agreements that the government should be delivered up to David.
So first of all, Joab knew that the meeting was to unify the kingdom. He knew this. Read on.
He wasn't stupid.
He feared lest David should place Abner, who had assisted him to gain the kingdom, in the first rank of dignity, especially since he was a shrewd man in other respects.
So he feared, there was envy and fear that David would choose him to be the number 2, because he was more well-rounded than Joab. Joab was a blunt, damn beast full of force. This guy was shrewd in business. He understood the political realm. He had allegiances and ties with the northern kingdom.
He was more talented.
He was a better fit. For that position.
Wow.
And he feared it. Now what he said on the outside is, this man's trying to size you up and take your kingdom, David. But in his heart, he was like, man, Abner's better than me, and it's only a matter of time before you're going to put Abner over me.
Where is that at?
This is in the Josephus, paragraph 5. It said he feared, it's a little bit down, he feared lest David should place Abner, who had assisted him to gain the kingdom, in the first rank of dignity. You're the number 1.
Wow.
You're right next to me. That's when he was afraid of losing his spot.
Wow.
And it was no deeper than that. You're gonna use Asahel as the intention, but really your heart was about losing your position.
It's bigger than that.
It was way bigger than that. Read on that. In understanding affairs.
It says, in understanding affairs.
He superseded Joab. Read on.
And in managing them artfully.
He operated like a king. He was a proxy king for 7 years.
Wow.
He understood how to navigate the nation. The 9.5, the northern kingdom, who David needs. He needs a guy like this.
But listen,
to smooth things over.
It shows a person's selfish desires over the benefits of the nation.
Good.
It shows my desires more important than my nation.
Than the big picture. And in helping your king.
That's what
it really should be about your king and elevating him to where he needs to be for the benefit of the entire body.
If you're a man of honor. But men don't be looking like that. Men look about how things affect
what I'm losing.
That's really a bad officer.
Yeah.
It's a bad officer.
But that's how a lot of men operate.
He makes about it benefits me. It's about me, I. Every conversation.
What about me losing?
All they're thinking is I, me thinking. as their eye means that.
Yeah.
And so you can't ever show them a picture. They can never see something from A
It
to
goes
Z
beyond their
because
scope.
they're always I me. They can't think outside themselves. You always brought up in the past about esoteric versus
Exoteric.
Exoteric. There are two different ways of thinking.
An internal way of thinking and an
Yep.
outward way of thinking. A person that can get past himself can look at the big picture. But most people can't get past themselves.
And that's a shallow-minded person.
Huh. So this is what Joab is. Read on.
As proper season should require.
Proper season required somebody who can navigate the troubled waters between the north and the south. You had a Benjamite who understood the Benjamite position.
It's perfect, huh?
You had a captain that warred for these Northern Kingdom guys after all these
Come on.
many fights with Philistines. He was the perfect fit.
This
Read
is a
on.
great thing, huh?
It was. Read on.
And he that should himself be put lower and deprived of the command of the army.
So the person that was going to have to fall back and take a loss was Joab.
Sacrifice something.
Read on.
So he took a Navish and a wicked course.
Let's look up Navish.
Oh,
K-N-A. He took a wicked course. He made a
That
wicked
wicked course
decision.
by itself is crazy, huh?
God, he chose a wicked course.
That was
Navish
worse than
is
wicked.
dishonest, fraudulent, mischievous.
Wow.
Bro, dishonest and fraudulent. He took a fake path to get what he wants, huh?
Navish, huh?
Like most of us do. When we want to get what we want, we're going against the grain.
Yep.
Against the way the Most High wants us to do it. All things must be done decently and in order. But when your position is at stake, now you start making knavish and wicked decisions.
Because I'm manipulating for my sentiment
Con.
versus the sentiments of the nation and order.
Versus accepting, hey man, if you got a better man, should get the position. Better man should take the spot. Read on.
In the first place, he endeavored to calumniate Abner to the king, exhorting him to have a care for him, and not to give attention to what he had engaged to do for him.
What he's saying is the first thing Joab did was knock down the intention of Abner to say that Abner was trying to take over his position. Joab was trying to convince David that Abner was after his throne in the south. Because I'd rather keep this rift between David and Abner than them unite, and I'm out. Read on.
Because all he did tended to confirm the government to Saul's son,
Come.
that he came to him deceitfully and with guile, and was gone away in hopes of gaining his purpose by his management.
So what he's saying is the knavish and wicked approach that Joab took was to first of all try to build distrust between David and Abner.
Dishonesty, yeah.
And so now if I can sit back here and create distrust between the two parties, I can keep this thing separate. As long as it's separate, I stay relevant. If this is united, I'm irrelevant now. Read on.
But when he could not thus persuade David,
David wasn't bending out. David wasn't buying that talk out. David was like, that is Joab being hot-headed again. Nah, this guy's being sincere. I'm going to ride with Abner and see how this plays out. Read on.
it says, but when he could not thus persuade David, nor saw him all exasperated,
Getting stressed out about this low-level counsel that Joab gave him. You know, David understood. Joab's giving me whack bars. He's giving me whack angles and approaches, and he expects me to buy his low-level wisdom.
Okay.
This isn't shrewd, kingly political decision making. You're talking out of your you-know-what because you're emotional.
Yeah.
Abner made sense. Abner understands how this has to happen. And he already brought the answers here. I already did the legwork. They're ready.
Okay.
Bro, read on.
He betook himself to a project bolder than the former.
So he said, I got to double down to fight to keep my position because David's going to go do this unity thing and I'm out the door.
And that's his fear, huh?
That was his spirit. I'm going to lose my job, lose my position, lose my power. It was all about being the top dog.
Yep.
And keeping the impression that he's the top dog.
Yep.
At all costs. Nation be damned.
Nation be damned.
Nation be damned, Doc. Read on.
He determined to kill Abner, and in order thereto, he sent some messengers after him, to whom he gave in charge that when they should overtake him, they should recall him in David's name.
Read on.
And tell him that he had somewhat to say to him about his affairs.
So he had to use David to sit back and bring him back in, to kill him. And this is why David's like, man, I got to sit back and get in front of this real quick. I had nothing to do with this guy. He used my name unlawfully.
That's bad, though. It's bad for David.
It's bad for
There
David.
could have been a major rebellion behind that, bro.
Listen, David could have killed Joab for this.
Yeah.
But he kept him because he was a dog. I can't lose 2 dogs in one day. I can't lose 2 killers and captains in one day.
Yeah.
So what he did is curse Joab in verse 29 in 2 Samuel. Let it rest on the head of Joab and on all his father's house, and let there not fail from the house of Joab one that hath an issue, or that is a leper, or that leaneth on a staff, or that faileth on the sword, or that lacketh bread. What he's saying is this, he says, man, listen, all that negativity, that's in you. And that's a family issue that's going to be perpetual through you. The leper is that guy that's what? It was
mentally ill,
intemperate person. He's like that's running through your family line, right? He's like that intemperate mindset is through your genes, and let it not leave it.
Because he knew him. He knew his boy.
He like, this dude's a negative, crazy dude. And the truth is this, you're gonna have killers on your side. That's the consequence of being a killer. Listen, it is what it is. We just talked about David understood the people. He understood Joab. Joab was going to do what Joab was going to do, right? You got to let a guy like him, you got to give him a little bit of leash and let him run out.
Yeah.
You're going to sit back here when they start taking over Jerusalem. David says, who wants to take it? He says, whoever takes Jerusalem, whoever goes and does, we're going to go into it hopefully today. Whoever does this mission gets to be the top dog. He's like, I got it. Ain't nobody taking it. I'm taking it.
He had that ambition.
Listen, he was like, I'm taking it. He didn't let nobody even give him a chance out. He took it and he made the move out. That's all that man wanted, was to be the top dog out. This something I'm saying this so you can understand where this guy's mind was at. It was all about the position for him. That's all that mattered. I don't care who I kill, who I murk, babies, it don't matter. I'm taking this spot and I'm gonna keep it. That was it.
But it wasn't.
This is his mindset. But that was his intemperate mind.
It wasn't built on the fear of the Lord.
And that's the point. It was about position, passion, and authority.
So that's an off mind. That's a wicked core.
And that's why David said this guy's going to have this through his genes and his family for generations. And that was the curse David put on him. Because the crazy thing is, you can quote unquote justify it that he was defending his brother's honor.
Right.
But he knew what was inside of him. It's those kind of situations where you know there's negative there, but I can't really prove it. I know it's in your heart.
Because you know his tendencies. You know his ways.
You know this guy. It's like you didn't have to stab him 15 times. How many times you stab him that many times? Come on, man. You're going beyond, above and beyond this killing thing, bro. But he's showing you, people do this all the time. They'll make a decision and they say it's for this, but you know it's for that.
Right.
But you can't sit back and listen. David couldn't say this man got to die. You couldn't do it. But you know he's off. That's why it says your family's going to have this blood on their hands. They're going to sit back here and lean on one staff. That means the person's injured from war, injured from contentions, injured because you make crazy decisions.
Oh, you injured yourself.
You're going to fall from the sword.
That's no different than Paul saying that he had to deliver someone to Satan. You know what I'm saying? For the saving of his soul. But you know that's Satan involved in it. You got leprosy, you got falling on the sword, you got famine.
That's chaos.
Yeah, that's chaos.
It's constant drama.
Satan has all power in your lifestyle.
God,
real deal.
Because you deal with no discretion, no respect. It's all chaos.
No morals.
God.
I mean, but that was how Saul passed, didn't he? Fell on the sword, right?
God, he fell on the sword. But what David was saying was, this man is irrational, and because I didn't back or I didn't support the ideas in this man's actions, then let this curse be upon this man and his family from this point on. He's going to have generational curses that's going to befall. He's going to inherit. His family's going to inherit. So these are generational curses that David is asking the Most High to put on Joab because he's indiscriminate. He has no discretion. He's a beast. You know what I'm saying? He does his job, but he has no morals, no morality when it comes to dealing with people appropriately. And he doesn't move with counsel.
Without counsel,
He moves without counsel. He doesn't move with counsel. He doesn't validate, verify. He doesn't double check. He just operates, and that's what makes him a beast.
He moves on his own.
He's impulsive.
So you give him an order, he do what he want with that order. You give him an order to go take them out, he gonna do it how he wants.
Exactly. But sometimes, people will say, well, David, you let Joab's your guy. You let him be this way. David's like, listen, man, I'm blameless.
Exactly.
I don't endorse this guy. I don't endorse his behavior.
But it was a suspect decision. It was a blood feud. That the problem is they both fed that blood feud from the beginning. Remember from last week? They all came to drink water at the same place, and they both chose this damn gladiator fest. They said, listen, let's play. We gonna sit back here, your best 12 against our best 12 with our youngins. We gonna see how these youngins do. That's what they said.
They wouldn't play.
We gonna bring our 12 best youngins from Benjamin, our 12 best youngins from Judah, and we gonna see who wins.
They could have played dominoes.
They all died, and then it turned up even worse. But so they both did this crazy horseplay move, and it backfired on both of them.
Wow.
So the brother died, and Joab's now justified to avenge that death. But it was beyond the avenging of the death, because now he's like, damn, Joab's gonna be on our side. I'm gonna lose out my spot. This guy's a greater man than me. I can't compete with him. On a diplomatic level, on a political level, I gotta make a move. I gotta take him out. It was that, but David couldn't prove that. So he says, man, I didn't do this. This man, he's a bloody man. I can't deal with this guy. And he gonna be cursed with that same spirit of bloodshed through all his generations. So he had to distance himself from this guy's craziness. So let's keep going into Josephus. I want to at least get to chapter 5 if we can, man. It's going to be hard, but we're going to try. Read on.
It says, which he had not remembered to speak of when he was with him. Now when Abner heard what the messenger said, for they overtook him in a certain place called Basira, which was distant from Hebron 20 furlongs. And he suspected none of the
mischief.
He suspected none of the mischief which was befalling him, and came back.
Okay,
Here.
we gotta go. We gotta roll.
Okay, Eric. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I got read on. Let's get you saluted.
Yeah. Brothers on the zones. We gotta make a move.
I got.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yasha Allah. How much? Bro. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatham. What line you read about?
He might have taken karate to the mall. I just told him not to. Told him to hold tight. But call him. He might have taken karate to the mall.
Yeah, he did.
Which one he was? But I didn't tell him to do that. Is it? Look through there.
I want to pull one scripture real quick. First,
We're really behind on the topic though. Let's read this Josephus, man, because we're still in chapter 3, bro. Oh, okay, this is crazy. We're in chapter, bro. We've knocked out like 2.5 hours now.
Okay.
Read that.
Line 34. Now when Abner heard what the messenger said, for they overtook him in a certain place called Basira, which was distant from Hebron 20 furlongs, he suspected none of the mischief which was befalling him, and came back. Hereupon Joab met him in the gate, and received him in the kindest manner,
Damn, bro.
as if he were Abner's most benevolent acquaintance and friend.
He was trying to be peaceful. When Abner came to Joab, he was in peace. Read on.
For such as undertake the vilest actions, in order to prevent the suspicion of any private mischief intended, do frequently make the greatest pretenses to what really good men sincerely do.
I'm sorry. So it said, I'm sorry.
I'm reading it.
What it said, I said the opposite way. What it's saying is that Joab came to Abner like he was the greatest friend ever.
Wait.
Joab sat back here and came to him all peaceful and brotherly, and that's what Josephus is saying, that when you see a guy being that extra kind, you know there's something behind it.
That mafia move. Come on, let's have a drink together.
Exactly. That kiss of death.
Yeah.
So read on.
Line 35. So he took him aside from his own followers, as if he would speak with him in private, and brought him into a void place of the gate, having himself nobody with him but his brother Abishai. Then he drew his sword and smote him in the groin, upon which Abner died by his treachery of Joab, which, as he said himself, was in the way of punishment for his brother Asael, whom Abner smote and slew as he was pursuing after him in the battle of Hebron. But as the truth was, out of his fear of losing his command of the army, and his dignity with the king, unless he should be deprived of those advantages, and Abner should obtain the first rank in David's court.
This is exactly what we were talking about, bro. This was the motivation behind everything. I didn't want to lose position.
Right there.
I know that. I didn't even read this part, but I'm glad we did. But it's the truth. That's why he did it. But David knew that, and that's why he couldn't officially kill him, but he knew it was a dog move. Read on.
Line 37. By these examples, anyone may learn.
He stayed off for a minute.
Yeah, exactly. Read on.
By these examples, anyone may learn how many and how great instances of wickedness men will venture upon for the sake of getting money and authority.
No doubt about it, bro. No damn doubt about it. Read on.
And that they may not fail of either of them. For as when they are desirous of obtaining the same, they acquire them by 10,000 evil practices.
Rest in judgment. They're going to do everything they can to maintain or acquire power. Read on.
So when they are afraid of losing them, they get them confirmed to them by practices much worse than the former.
Wow. So it says when they get the power, the process of keeping it, they do worse than the process of attaining it. To get power, you do negative, but it says a lot of people, to keep it, they do worse.
It's like lying. You tell one lie, you got to keep telling more and more lies.
And do more corrupt things to keep your position. It's crazy, bro.
It's like, that's good.
That's really good stuff. Read on.
Line 38. As if no other calamity so terrible could befall them as the failure of acquiring so exalted an authority.
Wow.
So he says there's nothing worse than losing this position.
Man,
I'll sit back and take and destroy and be corrupt, because nothing is worse than losing what I have.
Which is idolatry.
God,
What's the word?
crazy.
Idolatry. It's idol worship.
Because I don't want to lose my position, so I'm going to do whatever I got to do to keep that power. This is sick. Read on.
And when they have acquired it, and by long custom found the sweetness of it.
You used to that life, you used to that life, and you don't want to
You
give
don't
it
wanna lose the
a.
life.
I'm
That's
having
what I'm saying.
things.
I'm having things. Having things. Having things, yeah. Rita, oh, what up? Rita and I.
And by long custom found the sweetness of it, the losing it again, and since this last would be the heaviest of all
I
affliction.
can't lose his
Now
power.
listen, losing a power, losing position is the heaviest of all affliction. Now I understand that. Read on.
They of all them contrive and venture upon the most difficult actions out of the fear of losing the same.
Yeah, bro.
But let it suffice that I have made these short reflections upon that subject.
Very important to understand that. This is why people go crazy, because they don't want to lose their position in power. And this was what Joab did. He did everything in his power to control the narrative. And this is why David cursed him. This is why David cursed him. That's sick, guys. Crazy.
Go back to verse 3.
Yeah. Matter of fact, no. Let's read paragraph 6.
Paragraph 6. When David heard that Abner was slain, it grieved his soul,
Wow, bro.
and he called all
Bad news. This
Yeah.
is bad news, but you don't want to hear this, huh?
Yeah. Because first of all, it's a bad reflection about your kingdom. It jacks up relations. It jacks up the unity. It's all bad.
And Joab knew he was gonna cause trouble to his head. Huh?
Yeah.
That's bad for
He
his
didn't
head.
care about. He didn't care about what would happen and how his king would look. He wanted to keep that position at all costs.
Garbage, huh?
Read on.
When David heard that Abner was slain, it grieved his soul, and he called all men to witness.
That's why I had to pull the scripture. I wanted to pull Titus 1 and 7, and I'm not gonna make it long.
What?
Titus 1 and 7, basic scripture.
Titus.
1 and 7.
Titus chapter 1, verse 7.
Uh-huh.
For a bishop must be blameless,
Uh-huh.
as the steward of the Most High,
As the steward of the Most High, I mean, I'm looking at from the Most High's perspective, not my own strange and forward perspective. Read.
not self-willed.
Not what?
Not self-willed.
Not what?
Not
Because
self-willed.
we think about things that are relevant to us, that matter to us. We're not thinking about the effect we have. Does it?
Yeah. So let's go over paragraph 6 again. Keep going.
God. When David heard that Abner was slain, it grieved his soul, and he called all men to witness, with stretching out his hands to the Most High, and crying out that he was not a partaker in the murder of Abner, and that his death was not procured by his command or approbation. Excuse me. He also wished the heaviest curses made light upon him that slew him, and upon his whole house.
Yep.
And he devoted those that had assisted him in this murder to the same penalties on its account. For he took care not to appear to have had any hand in this murder, contrary to the assurances he had given and the oaths he had taken to Abner. However, he commanded all the people to weep and lament this man, and to honor his dead body with the usual solemnities, that is, by rending their garments and putting on sackcloth, and that this should be the habit in which they should go before to bear. After which he followed it himself with the elders and those that were rulers, lamenting Abner, and by his tears demonstrating his good will towards him while he was alive, and his sorrow for him now he was dead.
You try to clean it up, huh?
He's trying to.
And that he was not taken off with his consent. So he buried him at Hebron in a magnificent manner,
Wow.
and indited funeral elegies for him.
He wrote the eulogies for him. Read on.
He also stood first over the monument weeping, and caused others to do the same. Nay, so deeply did the death of Abner disorder him, that his companions could by no means force him to take any food. For he affirmed with an oath that he would taste nothing till the sun was set. This procedure gained him the goodwill of the multitude, for such as had an affection for Abner were mightily satisfied with the respect he paid him when he was dead, and the observation of that faith he had plighted to him, which was shown in his vouchsafing him all the usual ceremonies, as if he had been his kinsman and his friend, and not suffering him to be neglected and injured with a dishonorable burial, as if he had been his enemy, insomuch that the entire nation rejoiced at the king's gentleness.
And it shows his empathy. Yeah. It shows he practiced empathy. What's this about? Why I don't know this cat. This cat can't benefit me that much, or we didn't. He could come out of himself and empathize with what people felt.
Yeah.
That's a good leadership quality.
Yeah. Let's continue.
And so much that the entire nation rejoiced at the king's gentleness and mildness of disposition, everyone being ready to suppose that the king would have taken the same care of them in the like circumstances, which they saw he showed in the burial of the dead body of Abner.
So what he's saying is, he showed the people that he'd look after them the same way he looked at their Abner. The entire nation. This was a way that he actually won the nation by how he carried himself. Read on.
Line 44. And indeed David principally intended to gain a good reputation, and therefore he took care to do what was proper in this case, whence none had any suspicion that he was the author of Abner's death. He also said this to the multitude, that he was greatly troubled at the death of so good a man, and that the affairs of the Hebrews had suffered great detriment by being deprived of him, who was of so great abilities to preserve them by his excellent advice and by the strength of his hands in war. But he added that the Most High, who hath a regard to all men's actions, will not suffer this man, Joab, to go off unrevenged. But know ye that I am not able to do anything to these sons of Zeruiah, Joab, and Abishai, who have more power than I have. But the Most High will requite their insolent attempts upon their own heads. And this was the fatal conclusion of the life of Abner.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to 2 Samuel chapter 3 and verse 30 through 32. Because we already went where David followed himself, or himself followed the briar or the buyer. So let's get verse 32, 3 and 32.
2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 32. And they buried Abner in Hebron, and the king lifted up his voice and wept at the grave of Abner, and all the people wept. And the king lamented over Abner and said, Die Abner, as a fool dieth?
Exactly. Like some dude in the streets is bleeding out in the damn streets.
Sad.
Like a damn fool. Read on.
Thy hands were not bound.
Like King Von or something like that, bro. What?
Thy hands were not bound, nor thy feet put into fetters. As a man falleth before wicked men, so fellest thou. And all the people wept again over him. And when all the people came to cause David to eat meat, while it was yet day, David sware, saying, So do the Most High to me, and more also, if I taste bread or aught else, till the sun be down. And all the people took notice of it, and it pleased them, as whatsoever the king did pleased all the people. For all the people and all Israel understood that day that it was not of the king to slay Abner the son of Ner. And the king said unto his servants, Know ye not that there is a prince and a great man fallen this day in Israel? And I am this day weak, though anointed king. And these men, the sons of Zeruiah, be too hard for me.
Listen, it was Joab and his brother Abishai. Read on.
The Lord shall reward the doer of evil according to his wickedness.
So he's like, listen, bro. Technically, I can't deal with them, but the Most High is going to reward that evil intention. Now we go to chapter 4.
2 Samuel chapter 4, verse 1. And when Saul's son heard that Abner was dead at Hebron, his hands were feeble.
It was over. He knew it was over because this was simultaneously. Like, this wasn't like some extended period of time after Abner left. So Ishbosheth knew it was his time. He lost his protection. He lost his protection. He lost the army. He lost the backing of the army and the warriors. Right? It's a matter of time before his guards turn on him, or he gets rooted out. Read on.
His hands were feeble, and all the Israelites were troubled. And Saul's son had 2 men that were captains of bands. The name of the one was Baanah, and the name of the other was Rechab, the son of Rimmon, a Betharite,
A Beerothite.
of the children of Benjamin. For Beeroth also was reckoned to Benjamin.
Now listen, we're not going to go into it right now, but if y'all want, you guys read Joshua chapter 9, verse 1 through 18. I'm not going to do it because I want to get at least to chapter 5. But these guys that were reckoned to Benjamites, they weren't Benjamin. These were Canaanites.
Oh.
Remember in Joshua chapter 9 where they sat back here and they lied to Joshua? They were Canaanites that were afraid that Joshua and the people were going to kill and wipe out the territory. So they sat back and act like they were travelers from a far distance and heard that the Jews were going to sit back here and wipe out this land and ask for protection. So as they were going westward, they finally realized that these guys were Canaanites that were living in Israel and just wanted assistance. And they said, man, you lied to us.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
This is them. These people in Beeroth were these Canaanites because some of them just bowed down and kissed the ring to not get killed. These were some of them, and they assimilated themselves in a nation. And that's the facts. And they weren't rooted out. So these guys were from the seed of Beeroth, which were Canaanites. Listen, I don't want to go there because it's going to go a whole nother direction.
So that's what you mean by reckon.
Yeah, they just were like annexed. Reckoned is like annexed into the land.
Or supposed Benjamites.
Yeah, they weren't Benjamin.
Hey, Szechuan, remember that fair I went to?
Hey, listen, it ain't the first time we've seen Ham.
That's hilarious. Say they were Benjamin.
They're faking like they call them Jafakins instead of Jamaicans. They call them Jafakins.
That's horrible.
Benjamin is so-called Jamaicans in West Indies.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times you find Ham put on these fake Bob Marley hats and Bob Marley outfits.
Brother.
Yeah, brother. You know what I'm saying? It ain't really Bob Marley attire. They put on fake dread. They don't even do the Bob Marley dreads and wear the colors like they're from Jamaica. And then when you talk to them, they from like Central Africa or somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, remember something you said, what island you guys from? Where you guys from? What island? Canary.
Yeah, he said that Canary Island.
I said, wow, that's not
Jamaica.
bro.
No.
Jamaica, bro.
Listen, I'm going to read this real quick, just a couple verses. But to get the full understanding, you need to go from Joshua 9, verse 1, all the way to 18. When you read verse 17, it said, and the children of Israel, this is Joshua 9 and 17. And the children of Israel journeyed and came unto their cities on the 3rd day. Now their cities were Gibeon, Shephirah, and Beeroth, and Kirjath-jearim. And the children of Israel smote them not, because the princes of the congregation had sworn unto them by the Lord power of Israel. And all the congregation murmured against the princes, because they lied to them. And the Canaanites acted like they were from a far land, so that because they knew the Most High was going to destroy them. Now the Philistines and everybody was like, no, forget this. We're going to fight and not be cowards. Remember that in Joshua, when the other kings found out that these guys cowered down and gave up the land, they said, we're going to kill these guys. And then those guys that gave up, these Canaanites, went to the Jews and said, listen, man, they're going to kill us. So Joshua came down, wiped out those 5 kings. It was the 5 kings that were trying to take them out for snitching and giving in. It's a long story. I don't want to go into the depth. But just know that these two guys that killed Ishbosheth, they were Canaanites that had been assimilated and lined up over generations into the lands that was the Jews. So we got there, right? And if you want to know the whole story, it's Joshua chapter 9, verse 1 through 18. I just don't want to go into that. We'll lose another hour. Okay? So, read verse 2 again.
2 Samuel chapter 4, verse 2. And Saul's son had two men that were captains of bands. The name of the one was Banah, and the name of the other Rechab, the son of Rimmon, a Betherite, of the children of Benjamin. For Beeroth also was reckoned to Benjamin.
Got it.
And the Beerothites fled to Gittim, and were sojourners there until this day.
You know, I just want to say this, bro, because every time you see that when men are operating out of their own lust, like Saul operated out of his own lust, you know, he had Doeg the Edomite on his side. You know, you always got off-brand. Off-brand supporters.
Off-brand support.
Are always evidence that when a person's operating on their own, when they operate on their own compulsion or indulgence.
Good.
You know what I'm saying? They get off-brand support. They don't get like true, legitimate people that are backward.
I agree. It's off-brand support, no doubt about it. So now these Beerothites fled to Gittim and were sojourners there until this is how you know they were sojourners, because they weren't true bloodline descendants of the people. They were strangers.
They're strangers.
They were strangers. These Beerothites were strangers. Read on.
Verse 4. And Jonathan, Saul's son, had a son that was lame of his feet.
So listen, now what's happening is in verse 4, now we're kind of going into any other possible heirs to the kingdom.
Right.
So they're going into the fact that these two guys, they're going to be the ones that actually end up selling out and killing Ishbosheth. But before this is happening, they're explaining that situation while explaining about Jonathan's son. So Jonathan's son, read on.
And Jonathan, Saul's son, had a son that was lame of his feet.
He was lame of his feet. So he must have had an issue with his spine, some spinal injury to where his legs couldn't move. Read on.
He was 5 years old when the tidings came of Saul and Jonathan out of Jezreel.
So he was 5 years old when he got word, or the caregiver had word that Saul and Jonathan died in that battle with the Philistines. Read on.
And his nurse took him up and fled. And it came to pass, as she made haste to flee, that he fell and became lame.
It's the worst thing ever, right? The worst thing ever. The son now was a paraplegic because the nurse fell when she was holding him, and now it was a super curse across the board. Saul died, Jonathan died. Jonathan's son now is lame because he would have been another heir to the throne.
Wow.
So the Most High they weren't going to have him be the king of Israel. So he was lame. He wasn't going to sit back here and be in position to lead. The only other heir was Ishbosheth. Read on.
And his name was Mephibosheth.
Okay.
And the sons of Rimmon, the Betherite, Rechab, and Banah went and came about the heat of the day to the house of Ishbosheth, who lay on a bed at noon.
Why you laying this? Why you sleeping still at noon, man? Why aren't you getting up in the morning and getting
That's
into
a
the
bad
bed?
guy.
This guy's just sleeping. It's noonday. Everybody's busy with you.
Wow.
You in your silk out and you be relaxing.
He's taking advantage of that privilege too.
I know that. He's sleeping at noon, chilling out. He ain't got nothing to do.
Nobody got no business, sir.
Why don't you practice in war? Why don't you practice using your sword or something? You ain't doing nothing.
It's all over.
Yeah, it's over. But you know, that's what he does all the time. Listen, they went there because that's his pattern. When you're sitting back here trying to take somebody out, you follow patterns. So listen, the verse before was explained there was no more heirs. That's why they explained about Saul's son being lame. This is the last guy in Saul's lineage that has to get dealt with. Read on.
Verse 6. And they came thither into the midst of the house, as though they would have fetched wheat, and they smote him under the fifth rib.
While he was sleeping, bro. That's a whack way to go too. Read on.
And Rechab and Banah his brother escaped.
Mm-hmm.
For when they came into the house, he lay on his bed in his bedchamber. And they smote him and slew him, and beheaded him, and took his head, and gat them away through the plain all night.
I'm still trying to find out where was his security at. It must have been lax security. He was lax. So the security's going to be lax. Everything's going to be lax.
Example of his
As the head
And
is
so is the officers. Everybody was chilling. Read on.
Verse 8. And they brought the head of Ishbosheth unto David to Hebron, and said to the king, Behold, the head of Ishbosheth, the son of Saul, thine enemy.
We did it.
Right.
We're looking after you.
You gotta get a little hookup, man.
Like this.
Some points.
Like this. We killed him. We killed him for you, David. Now the kingdom is yours. Read on.
Which sought thy life, and the Lord hath avenged my
Ishbosheth
Lord.
didn't seek his life. Stop.
Get out of here. You hyping
They're hyping this up.
Theatrical dudes over here.
It's lame.
A little acting over there.
It's a whole lot of acting. Best actor award. Read on.
And the Lord hath avenged my Lord, the king, this day of
He's
Saul.
He's the foe. He's the biggest foe.
He is avenged. Whack, bro. Shalom. Read on.
And of his seed. And David answered Rechab, verse 9. And David answered Rechab and Baanah his brother,
These Canaanites are Baanah. Yeah.
the son of Rimmon, the Betherite, and said unto them, As the Lord liveth, who hath redeemed my soul out of all adversity, when one told me, saying, Behold, Saul is dead, thinking to have brought good tidings, I took hold of him and slew him in Ziklag.
Yeah, they was getting nervous at that particular time. Right when he heard that, he was like, "Oh, this is gonna happen to us then." He said there was another guy that was sitting back here trying to get recognition for killing Saul in Ziklag, and I killed him. Read on.
But this is our people's. This is spirit amongst our people on a national level. They want clout for killing people out.
Yeah. The shooters out.
Yeah.
But keep going.
And slew him in Ziklag, who thought that I would have given him a reward for his tidings. How much more when wicked men have slain a righteous person in his own house upon his bed?
Wow.
Huh?
Shall I not therefore now require his blood of your hand and take you away from the earth?
It's gonna get you out. And they messed up. Read on.
And David commanded his young men, and they slew them.
Either the youngest got to get him out. And they took him out. They took him out for the same reason he took the Amalekite out in Ziklag. You're not going to take matters in your own hand and think you're doing something righteous. That's not righteous. That's not honorable. So you're going to die. Read on.
And cut off their hands and their feet.
It's torture. Huh?
Bad day, huh?
It's a bad day for them. Read on.
And hang them up over the pool in Hebron. But they took the head of Ishbosheth and buried it in the sepulchre of Abner in Hebron.
So he said, you know what? He sat back here and honored Ishbosheth by putting his head in the same sepulchre, that cave, like Abner, because it's the whole family line that was going to get taken care of. Okay, read on.
2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 1. Then came all the tribes of Israel to David unto Hebron.
Listen, so that didn't stop. All this craziness didn't stop the inevitable. And the inevitable was that David was going to get crowned king. So all the heads of Israel, and not just the heads, but all the tribes, came to him and announced themselves and honored him to be the king in chapter 5. So read that verse again from the top. My apologies. I cut you off.
No problem. 2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 1. Then came all the tribes of Israel to David unto Hebron, and spake, saying, Behold, we are thy bone and thy flesh.
We are flesh and bone. We are all united. We're all together. For this is the first time Israel was completely united since Joshua. Since Joshua and Moses. So now all the tribes are united.
Yeah, a long time, bro.
And then what we're going to do, we're going to go into the Josephus and kind of go into this paragraph 2 to kind of give some clarity on how it went down, because the Bible doesn't go into specifics about how this coronation process happened. But Antiquities of the Jews, Book 7, chapter 2, paragraph 2, kind of goes into more detail. I want to kind of go into that. So let's do this. Paragraph 2, sir.
Paragraph 2, page 184, line 53. When these things were brought to this conclusion,
Meaning Ishbosheth was buried, his head was buried, the body was obviously buried in Benjamin's land. Read on.
all the principal men of the Hebrew people came to David to Hebron with the heads of thousands and of the rulers, and delivered themselves up to him.
Can we read 51 real quick?
51.
Mm-hmm.
Where is that?
Line 51.
Okay, line.
Yeah.
Or do you imagine that I am...
But 50 and 51 real quick.
Okay. Line 50. Yet David did not relish what they had done as they expected, but said to them, you vile wretches, you shall immediately receive the punishment you deserve. Did not you know what vengeance I executed on him that murdered Saul and brought me his crown of gold?
Damn.
And this, while he who made this slaughter did it as a favor to him, that he might not be caught by his enemies?
Go ahead.
Or do you imagine that...
That's what I want to bring out right here is that they say as you get older, you tend to lose your discipline as you get older. They say as you get older, over time, you lose your integrity. You start to diminish in your morality, and as you get older, you start letting things slide because you're getting older. You know, your understanding is not as sharp. You're not as articulate when it comes to discipline. You're more like grandparents to children. You know, like when you
let them give up everything.
Like damn, when I was young, you whooped me for everything, but you know, you let these little kids get away with everything. You got soft.
Because I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired.
I don't got the strength to be whooping y'all.
Run around, chase me around the house.
So you know, it's like when you get older, they expect that. But this is what David said he didn't lose. Read.
Line 51. Or do you imagine that I am altered in my disposition?
He says, man, I'm the same man now that I was
in those mountains.
In those mountains.
Not mountains, but those damn caves.
In the caves when he found out the news that Saul was dead. When he found out the news that Saul was dead and he killed those men for killing Saul, or the fake servant, the Amalekite, he said, man, I'm the same man now as I was back then.
Just because I'm the king, got some robes on,
right.
I mean, I got soft on you.
I didn't get soft. That's what he said. I didn't grow soft, man. My disposition towards righteousness, I'm not just letting people in. I'm not allowing people to just do things that they feel that they're comfortable doing.
I'm not some political guy now.
Just because some time has passed.
Yep.
Read on. He said, do you imagine that I am altered in my disposition? Go ahead.
And suppose that I am not the same man I then was?
Yep.
But am pleased with men that are wicked doers and esteem your vile actions when you are become murderers of your master?
That's crazy.
As grateful to me when you have slain a righteous man upon his bed who never did evil to anybody and treated you with great goodwill and respect?
So he said, I'm not changing. I'm not changing my disposition. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And there'll never be any skewing of those lines. There'll never be any, we'll let this slide and let this, I'm going to let you have it. I'm going to let you make it. No, I'm going to let you make it, bro. Right is right and wrong is wrong.
Huh?
And the definition of that is integrity. And maintaining integrity is something that you should maintain no matter how old you are or how young you are.
Or how rich you get.
Yeah.
Or how poor you are.
Yep.
It doesn't change.
It's not circumstantial.
Okay.
Based upon conditions or lifestyle.
Yep. And David was reminding them of that.
And so I just wanted to bring that out to show that David's mind didn't change, man.
Okay.
It never changed. Go ahead. No, you can let that go and go back to where we were in 54.
And this is why the Most High said David was a man after his own heart. Because even as he got older, he just couldn't go to war like he used to. But he was the same man, huh?
Right.
So now we're getting into the coronation when all the nation comes to him. So let's start paragraph 2 again.
Paragraph 2, line 53. You want 53, right?
53. Okay.
When these things were brought to this conclusion, all the principal men of the Hebrew people came to David to Hebron with the heads of thousands and other rulers and delivered themselves up to him, putting him in mind of the goodwill they had borne to him in Saul's lifetime, and the respect they then had not ceased to pay him when he was captain of 1,000, as also that he was chosen of the Most High by Samuel the prophet, he and his sons, and declaring besides how the Most High had given him power to save the land of the Hebrews and overcome the Philistines.
They understood that he was chosen for this position, and they finally accepted it. Read on.
Whereupon he received kindly this their alacrity on his account, and exhorted them to continue in it, for that they should have no reason to repent of being thus disposed to him. So when he had feasted them and treated them kindly, he sent them out to bring all the people to him. Upon which there came to him about 6,000.
Nope. Yeah, that's 6. I'm sorry. That was my fault. 6,000. Yes.
Upon which there came to him about 6,800 armed men of the tribe of Judah, who bore shields and spears for their weapons.
So 6,800 men were riding with Judah that supported him. Read on.
But these had till now continued with Saul's son, when the rest of the tribe of Judah had ordained David for their king.
So they're saying is even Judah was split. You had 6,800 Judites that rode with Saul, now switched allegiance, now they're with David. Okay, read on.
Line 56. There came also 7,100 out of the tribe of Simeon,
which was still rolling with Judah anyway, because they was in the bottom. They were, don't forget, Simeon's was like in the middle. Judah surrounded Simeon, north, south, east, and west. Simeon was in the middle in like a circular space. They were in the south, so Simeon supported them. Read on.
Out of the tribe of Levi came 4,700, having Jehodiah for their leader.
And I think Jehoiada, I think he was one of the mighty men. I'm pretty sure he was. Read on.
After these came Zadok, the high priest, with 22 captains of his kindred. Out of the tribe of Benjamin, the armed men were 4,000. But the rest of the tribe continued, still expecting that someone of the house of Saul should reign over them.
So Benjamin still wasn't completely sold. They were a hard sell. Benjamin wasn't giving up their position.
Nope.
You know why? They wouldn't be the head. They wouldn't be the king family. Huh? Yeah. That's logical. They was hoping that they can find some type of a connection or allegiance to bring up a Benjamite king. So only half of the army backed David with the Benjamites. Read on.
Line 57. Those of the tribe of Ephraim were 20,800.
Listen, the northern kingdom was rolling strong. 20,800 people that were fighting men of Ephraim. Read on.
And these mighty men of valor and eminent for their strength. Out of the half tribe of Manasseh came 18,000 of the most.
The numbers are getting larger and larger on the other end. Keep going.
Came 18,000 of the most potent men. Out of the tribe of Issachar came 200 who foreknew what was to come hereafter.
They had that ability to sit back here and read the signs and read the. There's 200 Issacharites that were skilled in the months and when to have children and when to go to war. That's what the scriptures talk about Issachar. One of Issachar's abilities was to sit back and read what was astrologically strong. Okay, so 200 of them came to David and said, "We will ride with you and we'll help you, know when's the time to go to war, when's the time to sit back here and make certain decisions based upon the astrological signs and how the stars and the sun and all that stuff is aligned." Okay?
I think that's Chronicles chapter 12.
Yeah, if you can find it, it'd be perfect.
Yeah, I think it's First Chronicles chapter 12, verse 32.
Okay.
First Chronicles chapter 12, verse 32. And of the children of Issachar, which were men that had understanding of the times.
Exactly. Issachar had understanding of the times. And that's what these, what verse was that again?
First Chronicles chapter 12, verse 32.
First Chronicles 12 and 32. So we read obviously Antiquities, then we had that's reference with Chronicles, right?
First Chronicles 12 and 32, right? Read it from the top again.
First Chronicles chapter 12, verse 32. And of the children of Issachar, which were men that had understanding of the times, to know what Israel ought to do.
Exactly. Read on.
The heads of them were 200, and all their brethren were at their commandment.
So listen, these guys had an ability to sit back and know signs and times, and these were the 200 that came to him saying they're going to support him during this coronation ceremony. Read on in the Josephus.
But of armed men,
and when you look at Issachar, what is Issachar known for? The so-called Mexicans, what are they known for? Artwork. They're known for their calendar.
Mm-hmm.
Aztec calendar. Yeah.
And how closely accurate it is.
Perfect.
Right.
Then they're perfect.
And they even knew that there would be a transition of power, that another man was coming and was going. They was expecting Christ to come, but they even knew that another man would come and take authority over their land.
Yeah.
They knew
they thought it was a good sign.
They thought it was a good sign with them conquistadors, because their wise men had foretold that there would be a transition of power. But of course we knew that was a fall of them. But they also say there's some historical documents of the Queto Indians that say that they lived in the Indies.
I'm not gonna do it.
They said
I'm not gonna do it.
they said that they knew that it would be a 500-year period when the earth, when the original people of the land would come back and be the rulers over the present day earth. So these natives understood that Issachar, even Central America with Zebulon with the Mayans, they know the transitions of the stars and the events that are performed within those stars, even as to know who's going to be in power and for how long. Like I said, it's books written about the Queto Indians who know that certain people would be in power for only so long, and then the Heavenly Father will redistribute power back into the indigenous population's control. And that 500-year period, they said, is up. So a lot of these wise men came out of the mountains and said, this is the time that the indigenous people shall rule again. So they understand, they have a great understanding and foresight of the time. And that's the benefit of having David, having Issachar at his disposal. Because now you got somebody that can tell you what to do and that can see the events that the Most High would lay out for you.
They're close to almost like a They're close to that.
Right. That's another advantage of foresight that you have on your side when you got Issachar that can tell you what's to come.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That just enhances David's kingdom.
No doubt about it. And they all brought their best to David, and they all said all these resources are available to you. Okay? So let's keep going.
Under the tribe of Issachar came 200, who foreknew what was to come hereafter. But of armed men, 20,000.
20,000 still a long number, a strong number, bro. Oh, thank you.
Purple, man.
Yeah, the biscuits is good too.
So thank you.
Well, keep going. I'm sorry.
Line 58. Of the tribe of Zebulun, 50,000 chosen men.
Man, that's a lot of people. Like 50,000. You see the value of everybody coming together, right? But also how hard it was for everybody to come together. How hard it was. How many hoops you had to jump to get to that position. Read on.
This was the only tribe that came universally in to David.
Wow. He says Zebulon was the only tribe to completely submit themselves. So it's still showing you, even though there was unity, everybody wasn't completely sold. And that's what he's also telling you. Because even the idea of unity and everybody coming together is not as realistic as people think.
No.
To get everybody to sit back here. We all come together. Everybody to unite. Everybody to come around. It's not realistic.
Not everybody's sold on that idea.
And not everybody is committed with the same intentions.
Don't you know what?
Everybody has a lot of people have ulterior motives.
Let's just come
and
together.
that's just reality. And it's cartoon talk. Everybody comes together. We bang, yeah.
That's that.
It's not real, bro.
That's that false hippie vision they have at concerts.
Yeah.
It's like this music, man, because hip hop brings all the people together. You know what I'm saying, son? Or we're at Woodstock. We're bringing all the people together. All of your brother, everybody get together and love one another. Right?
That's
now.
awesome.
It's a fake vision, huh?
That's Woodstock. Right?
That's
Yeah.
what's out. That's exact. All the colors, man.
These
the colors.
philosophies. These people have these off-brand philosophies.
It's not just. It's Israel too. It's
I know.
not just
I'm
these guys.
I'm saying is these are philosophies that are false concepts, and they bleed into Hebrew thinking. When people don't sit here and be really sharp in the book and understand the realistic nature of their people.
Love one another.
Right now,
That's
Christ will
perfect.
come
That's
down
perfect.
and make this he'll have his own divisions in the kingdom, and he'll bring people under Shiloh with a gathering of people.
You're gonna
The
have
Bible says
separatism
that.
until Christ comes.
The Bible says
And even
unto
then,
Shiloh.
he says he's gonna purge the rebels.
He's gonna purge the rebels.
That means when Christ is king, they're gonna still rebel.
They're gonna rebel when Yahweh shot the mightiest of the
So
mighty.
it's gonna
The
always
Lamb.
be rebellion. Everybody's gonna be on their own agenda. When Christ comes back, people are not going to agree with his agenda.
We're all bruised, bro.
Yeah.
It's just not the
But
case.
he had Pharisees, Sadducees. You know what I'm saying?
The
Yeah.
kingdom was
Zealots.
the kingdom was collapsing, and they still weren't agreeing.
Right. Even in Masada.
Everything was falling up, even before Masada.
Yep.
When we was in basic Jerusalem,
Yep.
the blood was flowing high before the Romans came in.
Since Judges up,
No, Masada. I said before Masada.
Yeah, what is that?
Masada was the last stronghold of Israel before the Romans completely killed them. After they ransacked Jerusalem, they went over to
In higher ground.
To higher ground, which was Masada was a temple that Herod had built, and strategically it was almost impenetrable.
yes.
Because on three sides you had steep cliffs, like 2,000 feet drop-offs on every side, on three sides, and there was only one narrow way to get to Masada.
Oh, right.
So what the Romans did, they took a couple of years and they brought these engines in, and they brought these damn machines in to build a land bridge to get to the top of Masada, and it took years, and then they cut off the water. But Masada had wells that were dug into the mountains that was hard to cut off, but the Romans figured out how to cut it off, and then they encircled this Masada, and then that's when they came in and invaded Masada, and that was the last Jewish stronghold before the Romans just annihilated everybody.
Right.
And then they ended up killing themselves before the Romans came in.
Yep. So let's keep going.
This was the only tribe that came universally in to David. And all these had the same weapons with the tribe of Gad. Under the tribe of Naphtali, the eminent men and rulers were 1,000, whose weapons were shields and spears. And the tribe itself followed after, being in a manner innumerable, 37,000. Out of the tribe of Dan, there were of chosen men 27,600.
So now Naphtali had 1,000 guys who could fight, and 37,000 were just chilling and just gonna follow. Only had 1,000 killers with Naphtali at? Anyway, I'm sorry, that kind of blew my mind out. The 37,000 were down, but only 1,000 of them could fight at? Let's keep going on.
Out of the tribe of Asher were 40,000. Out of the two tribes that were beyond Jordan, and the rest of the tribe of Manasseh, such as used shields and spears and headpieces and swords, were 120,000. The rest of the tribes also made use of swords. This multitude came together to Hebron to David, with a great quantity of corn and wine and all other sorts of food, and established David in his kingdom with one consent.
So one consent meaning the majority. That was what one consent was. The majority followed David. Read on.
And when the people had rejoiced for 3 days in Hebron,
So they brought corn and wine, and they were partying. Hebron was crowded.
It's lit, bro.
It's a party. It's a party. It's a party. Let me stop. But see, listen. They partied for 3 days. But what was the next line?
had rejoiced for 3 days in Hebron, David and all the people removed and came to Jerusalem.
Now we're going to take out Jerusalem. Jerusalem was the crown city, the crown prize that even Joshua and them couldn't take over back when they crossed over at. When you read in Joshua, they said, man, the city was too fortified. They avoided it. It was a city that was pretty much unconquerable back in the day. It was too fortified, it was too difficult, and nobody wanted any of that smoke.
No other man could do it.
This is an image of how it looked and how hard it was to reach out the gates. Now this is a latter image of how it looked. Let me go more ancient into the city, because this is a better image of it at the time when we're at in 1st and 2nd Samuel chapter 5. If you see the image, it's all steep. I like the first one because you can see how steep the hills were to the east and to the west. It was extremely difficult to hike up, then to sit back here and to overcome the walls. It was a supreme disadvantage. And this is why for so many generations everybody kind of just worked around it and covered other situations, and it was a self-sustainable city because the water sources and the water that was underground kept everybody sustained.
That's perfect.
It was a perfect fortress, and it was quote unquote an impenetrable fortress.
So you couldn't necessarily like starve them out. You couldn't
They had water. They were good as they were. We're going to show you the underground tunnels that they had built in that allowed them to have fresh spring water in the middle of the damn deserty area. And that same path to get the water through the spring of the Gihon spring was how one man went in there and took it out, went through and opened the gate and let everybody in.
So this is like advanced technology.
It wasn't advanced technology.
Irrigation.
They had a sophisticated irrigation system. It was a sophisticated irrigation system, and I'm gonna show on the images on the screen that they had an advantage of. But you gotta understand, this was one of the oldest cities in the world.
Right.
What people don't understand is when Melchizedek was the king of what?
Salem.
Salem was Jerusalem.
Salem.
Right.
So Abraham was sitting back here making and giving offerings to the king Melchizedek back during his time. This land was promised to us from the beginning. This was one of the most ancient cities of all time. This was the crown jewel. And as soon as that you can tell David had all this stuff mapped out. Once he got to the kingdom, once everybody was unified.
Time to think about this.
Well, once everything was unified, the first thing I'm taking is Jerusalem. Once everybody's unified, we're all together, we're going at Jerusalem, we're going to get this city, and we're going to reestablish this as a fort and a stronghold for our people.
Keep in mind, you had Jacob's well there too.
God, well, yeah, Jacob's. Yeah, I mean, you're going to see there were like 2 or 3 different underground water sources that was springing underground. That at the time it was only 2, but it turned out to be 3 because Hezekiah created a water tunnel that was allowed to get the water from the east to the west. I'll explain it in a second. But
you know who else was doing that? I believe before he died, what's his name was making that attempt. The guy that Muammar Gaddafi.
Okay.
He had a construction project going on that was trying to bring water throughout the desert in Africa to give prosperity to other countries.
Because without running water, you can't do anything. You can't get anything accomplished.
You had sophisticated pre-Columbian, pre-Spanish aqueducts that were created by the natives here in San Antonio. All you had to do is go to the mission San Jose, and you got prehistoric water channels that still function. I think it's either San Jose or San Juan, but the natives knew how to build and move water across the ground, and those channels are still in functionality. They still funnel water from the San Antonio River through the backside of the mission into the land that were old Spanish forts. But it was the natives that had the knowledge on that. But you can go take your kids and check it out. That knowledge was something that our people was accustomed to.
Wow.
So let's get in the Bible. We're going to be bouncing with the Josephus, and I'm going to try to show as many pictures as I can to help paint an image of how Jebus, because these names all were from the past. Even Mount Zion, this place was called Zion before. It was called Zion, it was called Jerusalem, it was called Jebus. All these names were old names. We didn't make these names, and when David came in and conquered it, he called it the city of David. But before that, it was Jerusalem, it was Salem, it was Zion. We're going to prove that. We're going to go into it. So let's get verse 2 in 2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 2.
2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 2. Also, in time past, when Saul was king over us, thou wast he that led us out and brought us in Israel. And the Most High said to thee, thou shalt feed my people Israel, and thou shalt be a captain over Israel. So all the elders of Israel came to the king to Hebron, and King David made a league with them in Hebron before the Most High. And they anointed David king over Israel.
They anointed him king, and they also presented all of their resources, their army numbers, letting them know that, hey, the army is at your disposal as well. Read on.
David was 30 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 40 years. In Hebron he reigned over Judah 7 years and 6 months.
So he reigned in totality 40 years, 7 years in Hebron, 33 years as the king of the nation. So really, it was really 40 and a half years, because verse 5 tells you that. Read on.
And in Jerusalem he reigned 30 and 3 years over all Israel and Judah.
So 40 and a half years he had the reign. 10 plus years he was on the run. This was his situation. He was 30 years old when he got into the prime of his rulership. He was in his physical prime and mental prime, and he was the king at 30. So you look at it, he had to go through all these ups and downs to get prepared to really take the kingdom to the next level. He went through all the experience. I know. God, a lot of grizzling and developing to get him to that point.
Long labors, extreme labors and afflictions.
Yep. Oh, so he didn't have the party years. No. He was on the run, suffering, sacrificing, and killing. He was war ready by 30. So let's go. Let's keep going.
Verse 6. And the king and his men went to Jerusalem unto the Jebusites.
After that 3 days of partying, they went straight to Jerusalem. Read on.
The inhabitants of the land, which spake unto David, saying, except thou take away the blind and the lame, thou shalt not come in hither. Thinking David cannot come in hither.
That sounds weird how it was worded, but what the kings were saying, listen, we're going to put our blind and lame in front of these gates, and you still ain't going to get us.
Right. They were basically saying you couldn't fight our bench, our C team. You can't beat our C team, bro.
Because our gates are fortified.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do. Matter of fact, bring all the lame to the front of the gate. Put them all up here. Put the blind up here and watch. You still ain't going to get through. You can do what you want to do. You're not going to win this. We're going to bring our C squad in here.
Yeah, bro.
Talking crazy.
They're talking crazy. You know why? Because for 500 plus years, nobody did it. Joshua couldn't get the guys to do it. Nobody just touched this area. Because it was strategically fortified, protected. Everything was an uphill climb to get up through the kingdom, through this city. It was a perfect foundation of the nation. Perfect city to be the center of the nation. So let's keep going.
Verse 7. Nevertheless, David took the stronghold of Zion. The same is the city of David. And David said on that day, whosoever getteth up to the gutter and smiteth the Jebusites and the lame and the blind that are hated of David's soul.
Listen, listen. It says the lame and the blind are hated of David's soul, but I think it was the circumstances and how they were mocking him with those lame and blind is what he hated at. I'm not going to sit back and make a statement that he hates the lame and the blind. I think how they set it up, how they mocked him with him is what he hated at.
He's talking specifically to this situation.
It was a situation. That's what I'm trying to say. Read on. So we say, who's going to go up to the gutter of this empire and get it done? I want to show you an image of the underground joint. Now, what you first got to see, before I go there, let me show you that city again. This is where the Gihon Spring is, right here. It's on the far right side. If you want to go on YouTube, you can see it on the class.
Okay.
Because we have it online. So if you go up, it's to the right, and my arrow is right here. And the little hand thingy is where the Gihon Spring tower is. But around this tower is where the gutter is. Is the entrance of the only entrance to get into the city was underground through the water tunnels.
What would I search for?
Huh?
What do I search for?
ISBHPK San Antonio.
Yes. You gotta subscribe, brother. You gotta subscribe, brother.
ISBHPK.
Push the subscribe button.
Don't forget to hit the like button.
Hit the like and the subscribe. Let me stop.
That's funny.
Well, listen. So you're on the bottom right hand side. Yeah, you'll see it. And this is where the entryway was. Now, once you see that entryway, and you have the image of the actual
There's a lag in it, so you see it right now.
Oh, there's a little delay.
It's like a 10-second delay.
Okay.
So once we get in here, now we're gonna see. Once you got into that little right side, and you have to sit back here, that Shiloh tunnel. He has to sit back and swim and shimmy through the tunnel. Work it. Matter of fact, let me show a better one. I got a bunch. This is a better one. The Siloam Channel is where you go into the spring. You go through the spring. You work your way up. You have to climb up in these little narrow passages. The way the passages were set up, they were like 6 feet high, but they were like 2 feet wide. So it was like claustrophobic, guy.
It's like some Shawshank.
It is some Shawshank stuff. You're going through the Shawshank path, and then you're sitting back here, and you're working through this 9-foot drop to get up. Because what they will do is they will get in. As a matter of fact, where is? I had a bunch of them. I'm just trying to find. He had this. We're gonna find out who did it.
During the time of Joshua.
Yeah, this is the best one. This is a good one. You see the Gihon Spring, and there's the pool. He has to swim through the water, climb up. And this says the water drawn from the platform. The people will go down this tunnel, draw water from the pool, bring it out to the people. This is what, but it was all underground.
It's a lot of coordination, right?
Exactly. So you have the walls going around like this. The walls going around. He's going from the underground position, working his way up, climbing, walking, climbing, and that's the entrance.
How was that climb?
Huh? It wasn't easy, because he came from this position.
I was wondering how high it was.
It was like a 9 to 10 foot drop.
No, they said this part right here was a 9-foot drop right there.
That's a 9-foot drop.
Just that little area.
God, and you're climbing that.
Because you needed that ladder right here.
God.
See that ladder? You can't.
Yep.
I don't know if you can see.
The ladder's right there.
That ladder's right there.
Yep.
Where it says ladder.
Yep. That's 9 feet,
that
bro.
That ladder alone was a 9-foot drop.
But it's one man had to go through all this to get to the inside to open the door and start the war, so everybody else can get up in it. And it's all an incline. This whole thing is an incline.
It's a hell of a mission, huh?
It's a mission. It's a one-man mission. And they be like, who's going to be the guy that sits back here and does this one-man?
That'd be a great movie.
That's awesome.
But this is how it went. But then once again, look at this city. Look at this city in general.
And it said the city had hard dolomite stone.
Yep.
Under it, and then you had soft limestone on top.
And then later on, when Hezekiah was in power, he opened this up so the water can go from east to west. And it flowed throughout the entire city versus everybody having to go from one path to the east to get water. So
they dig straight through rock to do that.
They did. They dug through water under the entire city to get to this.
Sophisticated.
And then, what's that other image of the underground? See, this is another image of it. This is the underground path. This is the underground path that they had to go through to get to that spot. This was what Joab did And this blue is what Hezekiah did. Hezekiah worked it when he was king all the way through this city, so the water can flow underground through the entire city, so we can have access to it to the west. But before, when the Canaanites had it, they had the access just on the east, and all the water was poured from here and worked down. But you see, everything was a hill. Everything was a gradual north-south hill. And Joab did that crazy mission on his own, climbing. Look at this. He's going straight up, then he's going all the way through here just to get to the entrance to get everybody in. And this is another image of it. How he sat back here and climbed and worked his way up, climbed up. That was the work right here. Because at least the people had access to this. So once he got to here, he's going to follow the same path people in the city. But getting up here, swimming, getting through here, climbing up.
So you needed light for that.
Or this spirit. Hell yeah, it was dark. You climbing, you figured it out, huh? You didn't have those miner's lights in your head, huh? You didn't have that, huh?
Torch or something.
Yeah, maybe a torch. Like those damn war movies, you're torching, you're swimming, and you get to hell yeah. This was not an easy task, guy.
The nation's right on this.
The nation was the procurement and the sustainability of the nation was riding on what this man did. Guess who did it? Joab did it. I know Joab did this. He had the wheel. Crazy dude. Joab. I didn't give a shit. I want it. I want the power. You know what I mean? I'm gonna swim. I'm gonna kill them all when I get in there. Joe was crazy.
He said, put that on something, man. He refused to be denied.
You know how much I'm getting fired? What I'm getting fired?
You gotta respect his passion out. His passion is respectable.
That's true.
He like Dennis Rodman.
Yeah.
You can't control it, but you need him.
You need him. You want to win a ring, you gotta have him on the court. That's really hilarious.
He gets the rebounds out.
Bro, so let's get verse 8.
By any means out there.
Let's get verse 8 again.
2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 8.
Say it again.
It's back on.
Oh, it's on. That's how fertile the land was.
Okay, so listen, y'all. The water from being patient. Once again, this internet's horrible, but so now we're here, and we're seeing how Joab, which you're going to find out, was the one who actually got through this gutter and got to the entrance of the gate to let everybody else in. So let's read
verse 8.
Yes, please.
Wherefore they said, the blind and the lame shall not come into the house. Verse 9. So David dwelt in the fort and called it the city of David. And David built round about from Millo and inward.
What you're going to find out is Millo is right here. Millo is where these steps are. I don't know if you guys can see it. Millo is at the top left-hand corner. You'll see Temple Mount. At the time, nothing was built at the top of the mountain. That was where the temple was going to be put together later on by Solomon. The Millo is the steps leading to David's castle. This was where David built his castle at the height of where the city was. He could oversee the entire city from that position. David's temple, then later on, it was the temple. The actual temple where the Most High did the service of the Most High.
Having that vantage point got him in trouble out.
Oh yeah, he saw everybody. Exactly, he saw everybody.
He saw Bathsheba bathing on the roof.
Because he had a perfect angle. He could see everything, and that's how it makes more sense how he felt and how he could see all these things. He could see everybody in the city operating. So now you got David's palace is right here. Eventually, he made it his palace, but this is the entryway. And that's how he got in. They got in from here, and then the warriors came through here, and that's how they got the position. This is just an old map of when David initially took over the spot. And let's go to the Josephus. It's just another way that Joab did it. Let's go Josephus real quick. and do paragraph 1. Chapter 3, paragraph 1.
Page
Book
180
7, yeah, I'm sorry. You got that.
Page 185, Book 7, Chapter 3, paragraph 1, line 61. Now the Jebusites, who were the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and were by extraction Canaanites, shut their gates, and placed the blind and the lame, and all their maimed persons upon the wall, in way of the region of the king, and said that the very lame themselves would hinder his entrance into it. This they did out of contempt of his power, and as depending on the strength of their walls. David was hereby enraged and disrespect.
It was disrespect. He said, these guys gotta die. Everybody gotta die. You know.
He been disrespected for a long time.
I know. Now he got the power. Now he got the leverage now.
But you know, the last time he was disrespected, he got a rib out the deal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? From
because he kept his composure. He kept his composure though.
Yeah, they didn't piss on the wall.
Yeah.
Exactly. He wasn't. Ain't nobody gonna be fit. Every man gonna be dead. Anyway, let's keep going.
David was hereby enraged and began the besiege of Jerusalem, and employed his utmost diligence and alacrity therein, as intending by the taking of this place to demonstrate his power and to intimidate all others that might be of the like evil disposition towards him.
Listen, if you take over Jerusalem, everybody's put on notice. Everybody is on that. That place has not been touched since for 500 plus years. It's an ancient city that everybody coveted. But nobody can get it. Nobody can get it, And that was his power. He's like, man, I'm gonna get this place. This is the prize of the Middle East. That was the prize of the Middle East, To this day. I know, but this was an ancient and great city even before Abraham. That's the point. This was one of the most high cities back then. Nobody knows where Melchizedek came from or when he died, but he was running this damn thing. Something was happening here. Something spiritual was happening here from the beginning. So David also understood history. And the best play he could take a unified force to take down Jerusalem. Now everybody's on notice.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep going.
So he took the lower city by force.
Because there's a lower city. If you see this image, you have the protected city, the walled city, and then you have the people that live in the valleys alongside it that are on the outer portion of the city. That's how Jerusalem was put together. You have an outer portion that are people who are living in the valley areas. You can see in the image right here, you can see where people can make a life over here in the valley in the flatter spaces as before the land descends upward. So in the valley, they took the valley easily.
Why would they not be on the inside of the walls? Was it just by choice, maybe?
Probably by choice, or probably a status thing. Probably the high status people had the walls, and everybody else had to sit back here and live in the valleys. So they took the valley early. Now they got to sit back and go through these walls, and it's not just the walls; it's the walls and it's the climb. This is why even General Titus said, man, listen, the taking down of this was the Most High's work. This was hard. Titus even said that in the Josephus. The breaking down of Jerusalem was God's will, wasn't mine. He said that because once Herod rebuilt up the walls, I can understand. This is a damn miracle at that time to break down. So anyway, he takes out the lower valley portion. Continue.
Line 63. But the citadel held out still.
The citadel was the walled places. Read on.
Whence it was that the king, knowing that the proposal of dignities and rewards would encourage the soldiers to greater action.
Listen, he understood that from Saul. You sit back here and give pay bumps. Now you got cats willing to take risk. Read on.
Promised that he who should go first go over the ditches that were beneath the citadel and should ascend to the citadel itself and take it, should have the command of the entire people conferred upon him.
God, bro.
So they all were ambitious to ascend.
Everybody wanted to do it. Read on.
And thought no pains too great in order to ascend thither.
He says, man, if I got to go through this gutter, and sit back and go through crap water,
Pain too great.
I got to swim, I got to climb.
This is all power. This is all
Listen,
desire.
This is all. It's all passion.
This is Paul passion.
Oh my
You can't be
God!
stopped,
Whoever's gonna take this out is gonna be the Don. You gonna get respected as being the Don.
It's a chance of a lifetime.
I know it's just an opportunity to be the number 2 in command, to lead the armies.
It's worth risking death.
I know, especially at that time. You have nothing to lose.
You gotta take it.
You gotta take it. Well, check it out. Read on.
Wow. Out of their desire of the chief command. However, Joab, the son of Zeruiah, prevented the
He
rest.
said, hell no. I outrank y'all. I'm doing it. He said that he was the king of the beast. He's like, no, I'm going to kill you.
I have a whole nation.
My time.
I have a whole nation of our people.
Ambitious Judites and 9.5 tribes of 1 and that. He said, no, listen, if y'all, it's me, and y'all have to wait. And that's it. And everybody was like,
I'm finna go first.
listen, and nobody challenged him.
You know why they say even boxing? They call boxing a hungry man's sport.
Hell yeah!
If you want the ring, bro, you want the belt. You got to be willing to put in some major work. Wow! And the hungriest person in battle, or the hungriest person in boxing, holds the title.
Wow. And this is where he's at. He was still, but see, he was still hungry. Yeah, he had to always be on
his
top.
His tongue is unexplainable.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. His hunger was unexplainable. Come on, that's not true, Israel online. That's not true. That was a joke. It's not. We're not saying that Biggie was a prophet.
He's not a prophet.
Because he wasn't. What is this? Passionless, Job wanted it out. And so Job said, I'm going to take it. He said, Joab. He said, he prevented the rest. Read on.
And as soon as he was got up to the citadel, cried out to the king, and claimed the chief
But he got in there, bro. He did all this shit and got in there.
This is a great story.
This guy did it. He went through. He did the impossible.
He cried out at the end.
He said, I'm in. I keep it.
You let it be known that.
This is a great moment.
Golly,
It's a great
bro.
moment.
This is insane. He said, I did it. I'm here. Back off.
Job lived for that moment. He lived.
Hell yeah, he wanted it. That dude, I'm trying to find the right image. Yeah. He sat back here, rolled to the top, and said, I'm here. But listen, think about this. He had to kill a lot of people to even say that. You can't just open the door and all of a sudden you ain't killing thousands on the way in.
I can't wait to see this in the kingdom. I see this story.
He's just back here. He worked his way. He's grinding. He's climbing. He's swimming. And he gets through the tunnel. He kills the people in the tunnel. He wipes out the people that are at the wall, which were the blind and lame. He just, come on in. It's open.
That's like some Navy SEAL stuff.
It is. It's all Navy SEALs. It is all Navy SEALs. This was Navy SEAL stuff.
It does need to be in a movie.
Huh?
It does need to
This is movie stuff.
It's crazy.
This is pure desire and the protection of the Most High, because the Most High wanted Jebus to fall.
You got the life of Joab.
Listen, he was crazy. He was crazy. He was crazy. But let's keep going.
It's just really impactful, man.
Yes.
You mentioned it earlier that although the Most High blessed it, all the effort that still had to go into it.
Hell yeah. And the patience and the Most High to sit back, he had to wait for his time. That's crazy,
And this is after he had killed
Abner?
Abner,
yeah.
Want to go ahead?
One verse on this. Let's get 2 Corinthians chapter 8. Start at verse 11.
2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 11. Now therefore, perform the doing of it.
So if you have a desire, if you have a desire to do something right, or to get ahead in life, he said, then put forth the performance. Because a lot of times people, they complain about their situation and their circumstance, but there's no action behind their complaints. Or they have a desire. They say, well, I want to be a better person. Oh, it's all talk if you don't have a what?
Perform the doing of
If
it.
there's no performance behind it. And so everything that we do in life for as an advantage for something that we want or where we want to be, whether if I want to lose weight or if I want to get in shape or I want to start eating healthy, everything that you want to do in life, it has to be propelled by a performance. You just can't say I want to do this and there's no performance. He said, now therefore perform the doing of it. Go ahead.
That as there was a readiness to will.
If you make a proclamation or a statement or you have a desire, the Most High want to see how bad you want something. Okay, you want this advantage in your life. You want to be in this position. Well, how bad are you willing to put the work in necessary to excel yourself to obtain what it is that you're looking for? He says so. Having a readiness to will. That means I'm ready to execute my will. I'm ready to put my actions in motion. Go ahead.
So there may be a performance also out of that which ye have.
Go ahead.
For if there be first a willing mind.
So my desire got to be matched by my actions. Otherwise, I'm just talking. Otherwise, I'm just saying I want to do something. But if the actions behind it don't match, then it's just all lip service. It's all talk. So what the Most High looks at is, if you want to be better, what actions and what steps are you willing to take to be better? But that's what he's looking for. Read on.
It is accepted according to that a man hath.
It said, if there first be a what?
Willing mind.
The first thing that the Most High looks at is not your handicaps, not what you're good at. Because a lot of times people make excuses. Well, I can never do what that person does or do what they do because I don't know how to do something. I don't have that advantage. I didn't come from that background. You make it look easy. It's easier for you than it is for me. Well, you've been around longer than me, or you had people help you. I have no help. A lot of times people they'll stay in a situation because they listen to excuses and they listen to whatever it is that they come up with in their mind to say, well, this is the reason why I can't go forward. That's not how the Most High looks at things. The way that the Most High looks at growth is, first of all, how bad do you want it? That's the first thing the Most High looks at. If you want change, how bad do you want change? He said, if they first have a what?
For there first be a willing mind.
He said that's what the Most High sees. He's looking for first. Let me look at your will. Your will is your desire. And as we read about this about Joab, man, his will is unmatched.
It was good and bad. It was a blessing and a curse.
It's a blessing and a curse. But when he has an opportunity in front of him, he's not going to lose that opportunity. He sees that opportunity. Read on.
No. It is accepted according to that a man hath.
So it's not about handicaps, what I'm missing, well, I can't do it because it's easier for you. I'm not experienced. All those are all excuses. The Most High said it's accepted based on what a man hath. Go ahead.
And not according to that he hath not.
So you can overcome any obstacle.
Oh, wow.
You can overcome any situation. But how bad is your will? I mean, how strong is your will?
So I'm sorry. I was asking a question.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna cut you off.
No, go ahead. What's your question?
So, and not according to that I have not. That's the excuse.
That's the excuse.
I don't have it. I don't have this. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't have the means. I don't have the money. I don't have. I've never been good at this or good at that, or that seems like too difficult. Some people say, well, I can't read. I can't read the Bible. I don't understand the Old English. That people make all kind of excuses as to not change. But what the Most High looks at is not what you're missing and your handicaps. What the Most High looks at in order to bless what it is that you're endeavoring for is how bad do you want it? How much are you willing to put the work in? And that's what the Most High looks at. It's not the handicap. It's not where it came from.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's not what I'm missing or I'm lacking. That's not how the Most High looks at growth. He looks at growth or opportunity as how bad did you push for it? And we looking at Joab, bro. He refuses to be denied.
Okay. So listen, let's read on verse 9, 2 Samuel 5 and 9 and 10. Then we're going to jump to the second paragraph of Antiquities of the Jews.
2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 9. So David dwelt in the fort.
Listen, first of all, the Most High wasn't going to give Joab all this praise. That's why it's not in the scriptures. He wasn't going to make it like he was just the greatest man alive. This is the Most High's victory, not Joab's victory.
Right.
It's important to explain how it got done, but the scripture doesn't overly focus on Joab because the Most High allowed Joab to get it done.
Right.
Read on.
Verse 9. So David dwelt in the fort and called it the city of David.
So this whole from this wall inward was the city of David. He renamed it. Okay, the city of David, and that's his palace, and that's Milo, which are these steps that walked up, that walked him up to the palace doorstep. Okay, read on.
And David built round about from Milo and inward.
So he worked. This is from Milo inward. He was reconstructing and rebuilding the city of David and augmenting everything inside once he eradicated all the Jebusites out of it. Read on.
Verse 10. And David went on and grew great, and the Lord power of hosts was with him.
Hold that and jump to second paragraph in it's Josephus, book 7,
Paragraph 2.
chapter 3, paragraph 2. All right, read that, sir.
Paragraph 2, line 65. When David had cast the Jebusites out of the citadel, he also rebuilt Jerusalem and named it the city of David, and abode there all the time of his reign. But for the time they had reigned over the tribe of Judah only in Hebron, it was 7 years and 6 months. Now when he had chosen Jerusalem to be his royal city, his affairs did more and more prosper by the providence of the Most High, who took care that they should improve and be augmented.
Most High allowed that augmentation of the city. Read on.
Can I read this real quick?
What's that? Sorry.
Second Maccabees chapter 8 verse 4.
Hold on 1 second. Get it.
2 Maccabees chapter 8
Verse 4.
and verse 4.
Read that.
2 Maccabees chapter 8 verse 4. And remember the wicked slaughter of harmless infants.
I'm sorry. Ecclesiastes. I'm sorry. I said Second Maccabees. Second Maccabees. I got it. I'm going to go ahead and read it. Second Maccabees. I'm sorry. It's chapter 10 verse 4. It says, Second Maccabees chapter 10 verse 4. Just make that adjustment.
Okay.
It says, the power of the earth is in the hand of the Lord, and in due time he will set over it one that is profitable.
It's not
So,
10 and 4.
I mean, it's Ecclesiastes 10 and 4.
Okay, it's
I
Ecclesiastes.
said Ecclesiastes, yeah.
You said
You said
Yeah, I
second
said
Maccabees.
Maccabees. I said make that adjustment. I said I'm sorry.
Okay, so
It's Ecclesiastes.
Ecclesiastes 10 and 4.
Yeah, it says, the power of the earth is in the hand of the Lord, and in due time he will set over it one that is profitable. In verse 5 it says, in the hand of the Most High is the prosperity of man, and upon the person of the scribe shall he lay his honor. So we look at Joab's actions, and it excelled him in position, but overall what the Most High is looking at is somebody that's the scribe. That's who gets the most honor. Somebody that takes the Most High's word to heart is even greater than somebody that's willing to just pick up a sword and fight. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Most High is looking at as being the most honorable of man, is the one that's willing to take the Most High's words and put them in his heart. So it's good to be a fighter like Job, but it's better to be a scribe, and I'm ready to put the words in my mind. So I just wanted to bring that up because we can see how Joab was honorable, but he didn't get recognition because the greater honor is laid with one that's willing to put the words of the Most High within his mind frame.
God.
Not just pick up a sword and bow and arrow and fight and just kill people.
God.
You know what I'm saying?
Because they would have made too much of him and made him like he was the savior.
Like he was a savior. And that's what you're supposed to be, this brute killing machine.
That had no patience and mercy and none of that. He just won wars.
God.
So now we got that. Let's go back in the Bible. Give me verse 11. We just read in the Josephus that David, once he got the kingdom, he started augmenting. Shalom, y'all.
Shalom.
He started augmenting his situation, augmenting the territory, augmenting the city, augmenting Jerusalem. So give me verse 11.
2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 11. And Hiram, king of Tyre, sent messengers to David, and cedar trees and carpenters and masons, and they built David an house.
So listen, Hiram was king of Tyre, which is right up here. And obviously he didn't sit back here and take out that area yet. That was an area that was going to continue to grow financially and get stable. And they were that port city that ended up being the Carthaginian Empire down the line. Okay, so he had a bond or a relationship with them, because that was the only place where you can get those cedar trees that was integral in the proper building process. So David understood obviously how to make alliances and connections and befriend the people he needed to befriend. Mm-hmm. So he sat back here, had a relationship with Hiram, mm-hmm. and he used his cedar trees and carpenters and masons to help build David's house. Okay, read on.
Verse 12.
Yes, sir? Is your hand up?
No.
Okay. Okay, I know the yawning one like that too, but it's cool. You go. Read on.
Verse 12. And David perceived that the Most High had established him king over Israel.
What he did was a mighty feat to overcome Jerusalem. That was a mighty feat that hadn't been done in 500 years since Joshua came in there and couldn't get it done. Read on.
And that he had exalted his kingdom for his people Israel's sake.
Mm-hmm.
And David took him more concubines and wives out of Jerusalem after he was come from Hebron. And there were yet sons and daughters born to David. And these be the names of those that were born unto him in Jerusalem: Shemua, and Shobab, and Nathan, and Solomon, Ibhar also, and Elushia, and Nepheg, and Japhiah, and Elishama, and Eliada, and Eliaphalet.
Now I would imagine this is Solomon. He's just explaining all of his children that he had over his time. Because Solomon wasn't born yet. He hadn't even met Bathsheba. I'm just imagine this is just a chronicle of all his children that he had while he was in the city of David. Read on.
Verse 17. But when the Philistines heard that they had anointed David king over Israel, all the Philistines came up to seek David.
Now hold that. Let's go back to the Josephus and finish out when it says who took care that they should improve and be augmented. So it's like a little bit after the beginning of paragraph 2.
Okay. Got you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. His affairs did more and more prosper by the providence of the Most High, who took care that they should improve and be augmented. Hiram also, the king of the Tyrians. Sorry, the Tyrians?
Yeah. Tyre, so Tyrians, yes.
Okay. Hiram also, the king of the Tyrians, sent ambassadors to him and made a league of mutual friendship and assistance with him. He also sent him presents, cedar trees, and mechanics, and men skillful in building and architecture.
Phenomenal. Read on.
That they might build him a royal palace at Jerusalem. Now David made buildings round about the lower city. He also joined the citadel to it, and made it one body. And when he had encompassed all with walls, he appointed Joab to take care of them. It was David, therefore, who first cast the Jebusites out of Jerusalem, and called it by his own name, the city of David. For under our forefather Abraham it was called Salem.
It was called Salem. It was called Jerusalem before David even came down there. Read on.
Or Solomon. But after that time, some say that Homer mentions it by that name of Solomon. For he named the temple Solomon according to the Hebrew language, which denotes security. Now the whole time from the warfare under Joshua, our general, against the Canaanites, and from that war in which he overcame them and distributed the land among the Hebrews, nor could the Israelites ever cast the Canaanites out of Jerusalem until this time. when David took it by siege. This whole time was 515 years.
That's going to take 515 years for Israel to regain Jerusalem from the past. Read on.
I shall now make mention of Araunah, who was a wealthy man among the Jebusites, but was not slain by David in the siege of Jerusalem, because of the good will he bore to the Hebrews, and a particular benignity and affection which he had to the king himself, which I shall take a more seasonable opportunity to speak of a little afterwards. Now David married other wives over and above those which he had before. He had also concubines, the sons of whom he had were in number 11, whose names were Ammon, Amnos, Abon, Nathan, Solomon, Jabon, Elian, Phalna, Enaphin, Janai, Eliphel, and a daughter Tamar.
So what this means is he named the child Solomon from a concubine. And then he obviously named Solomon again when he had Bathsheba. So he had a bunch of different kids, and some of them had the same name. He must have had a lot of kids. You mixing names out, you cross-pollinating names. I guess that's what it was. So let's keep going.
9 of these were born of legitimate wives. But the 2 last named are concubines. And Tamar had the same mother with Absalom.
Exactly. So Tamar and Absalom, their mother was the daughter of the king of Jeshurun. Don't forget, they were nations. The mother was a nation. So Absalom and Tamar's mother was a nation. Just keep that in mind. So now we go back in the scriptures and go to 2 Samuel 5:17 and 17. Yes, sir.
2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 17. But when the Philistines heard that they had anointed David king over Israel, all the Philistines came up to seek David. And David heard of it and went down to the hold.
So listen, what happened was this. Before David took over Jerusalem, there was at least some peace between the Hebronites, the Judites, and Philistines. How you know that? Because he left Ziklag, which was in the Philistine lands, and there was peace. And the Philistines didn't bother them until what? Until that unity was established. When David united Israel and they took over Jerusalem, now the Israelites were a threat and David was a threat. And now they're sitting back here going to war because now he's unified the entire nation. Now they can come back and take down the Philistines. So they understood and recognized this threat, and now they're going to war against them. Read on.
Verse 18. The Philistines also came and spread themselves in the valley of Rephaim. And David inquired of the Most High, saying, Shall I go up to the Philistines? Wilt thou deliver them into mine hand? And the Most High said unto David, Go up, for I will doubtless deliver the Philistines into thine hand.
Hold that, and go now to paragraph 1, chapter 4 in the Josephus.
Chapter 4, paragraph 1, page 186. When the Philistines understood that David was made king of the Hebrews, they made war against him at Jerusalem. And when they had seized upon the valley, which is called the Valley of the Giants, and is a place not far from the city, they pitched their camp therein. But the king of the Jews, who never permitted himself to do anything without prophecy.
This is what Shamshawan had pulled this line around 3 weeks ago, something like that, when it talked about how David didn't do anything without going to the Most High, doing things decently and in order. He does it again, and he goes back to the priest and asks the priest to inquire of the Most High to get the thumbs up to go to war by using the Urim and the Thummim. Okay, so when it glowed after the question, that means it was a yes or no. Okay, so he asked if it was the right thing to do to go back and take out the Philistines. And then the Most High says yes. So read on.
Who never permitted himself to do anything without prophecy and the command of the Most High, and without depending on him as a security for the time to come, bade the high priest to foretell to him what was the will of the Most High, and what would be the event of this battle. And when he foretold that he should gain the victory and the dominion, he led out his army against the Philistines. And when the battle was joined, he came himself behind, and fell upon the enemy on the sudden, and slew some of them, and put the rest to flight. And let no one suppose that it was a small army of the Philistines that came against the Hebrews, as guessing so from the suddenness of their defeat, and from their having performed no great action, or that was worth recording, from the slowness of their march and want of courage. But let him know that all Syria and Phoenicia, with many other nations besides them, and those warlike nations also, came to their assistance, and had a share in this war.
This is what's crazy. This is the first time the Philistines asked for reinforcements. Normally they were strong enough to sit back here and go toe-to-toe with the Jews. They knew it was a real problem that Judah and the northern kingdom was together.
That put fear in their heart.
So they put fear in them. So they had to say, man, we got to go really deep. And what they did is they talked to all the neighboring countries around that was going to be that was going to be affected by this unity. And so let's all come together and cut them out right now so we can preserve our way of life. So this says the way David easily dispatched them, you would think they brought a small group. They brought an overly large group,
But
and they got dispatched really light.
And that goes back to Maccabees about how it's no great thing if there be a great or small number. That strength coming from heaven. The Most High is the one that gives the power of victory.
And the Most High was with David and all the things they were doing. He did things easily in order, and he was wiping out his enemies. He was prophesied that they were going to sit back here. He was going to be the downfall of the Philistines anyway. So now we're here.
We're always a threat when we come together to other nations.
And if there's at least 85% unity, the Most High is going to sit back here and be with us at. It wasn't 100%, but it was like 85 to 90. And that was good enough. So, continuing to Josephus.
Line 75. Which thing was the only cause why, when they had been so often conquered, and had lost so many 10,000s of their men, they still came upon the Hebrews with greater armies.
The crazy thing is the Philistines had nothing but heart out. These guys had heart out. They kept coming. They kept going to die. But keep going.
Nay, indeed, when they had so often failed of their purpose in these battles, they came upon David with an army 3 times as numerous as before, and pitched their camp on the same spot of ground as before.
I respect that. They said they got wiped out with all these extra people, the Phoenicians and all this extra help. They got whipped. Then they came back and did the same damn thing. Hold this verse and go to
give it to him.
Go back to verse 20. Give me verse 20.
Yeah.
We should got rid of the first time, huh?
I know. These guys are a problem, huh? Read verse 20.
2 Samuel 5 and 20. And David came to Baal Perazim, and David smote them there, and said, The Most High have broken forth upon mine enemies before me, as a breach of waters. Therefore he called the name of that place Baal Perazim.
So he took out the Philistines and all those neighboring guys that united to go try to take him out. This is the first war.
That's a breach of waters.
Yeah.
That's like a goddamn tidal wave.
He said, and we broke them like a breach of waters. And that must have meant the army was so massive that they wiped them out like it was a breach that went through this army. It was a flood through them, and they broke them quick. But like Josephus says, it seemed like it was a light fight, but it wasn't. They rode hard, they rode deep the first fight. But keep going.
That's crazy. Verse 21. And there they left their images, and David and his men burned them.
And they didn't have time to keep. It was running. So they took all the little Baal stuff, all the little Dagon stuff, and they burnt it all out. But then they came back soon afterwards, right at the same spot. I respect that. Like, we ain't going. We're right here again. We're going to bring more people.
Ready to die.
Yes.
Ready to die.
That's crazy. They really believed in their God.
Hell yeah, they did. And they were a warrior nation. Those dudes were warriors too. Well, let's keep going.
And the Philistines came up yet again.
Like the Josephus said, and went to the same spot, that valley of Rephaim. Read on.
And spread themselves in the valley of Rephaim. And when David inquired of the Most High, he said, Thou shalt not go up, but fetch a compass behind them.
You got to go around them, surround them from the back. Read on.
And come upon them over against the mulberry trees.
So he says, get behind these mulberry trees and wait. Now he says, I want you to, he gave him specific orders. Wait behind the trees and do what? Read on.
And let it be, when thou hearest the sound of it going in the tops of the mulberry trees, that then thou shalt bestir thyself, for then shall the Most High go out before thee.
Josephus talks about when the mulberry trees start to move without there being wind, that's the Most High leading you to go to war, ready to go fight.
That's amazing.
So when these trees are moving, they're moving without the wind blowing.
Right.
And that's how you know that's the Most High saying, go get their ass.
Right.
That's the sign. And he says, you're going to get them from behind, they're going to be looking for the ford, and they're going to come behind, you're going to wipe them out.
So
but it was the Most High and his angels that was sitting back here moving the trees. They were the ones that were in charge of moving it.
Yeah.
How else are they moving it without no wind? I hope this is going to explain it in the Josephus.
Sometimes you need extra signs, but Jews require signs now. They
Yeah.
need something to understand and to be strengthened and encouraged that the Most High is with us, man. Either they need to be exhorted, to incited by speeches, or they need to be propelled by the Most High's assistance through signs. But our people kind of need daily encouragement, reminders to keep fighting now. Because if there's no reminders to fight, if there's no confidence in the Most High or insinuation that the Most High is behind us, people give up and quit with ease, bro. They quit like nothing now.
Yep. So let's keep going in the Josephus.
Line 76. Sorry. We'll hear about the trees,
Yeah. It's going to explain the trees here so it makes more sense. Let's keep going.
Line 76. The king of Israel therefore inquired of the Most High again concerning the event of the battle. And the high priest prophesied to him that he should keep his army in the groves, called the groves of weeping, which were not far from the enemy's camp, and that he should not move, nor begin to fight, till the trees of the groves should be in motion without the winds blowing.
That's the point. The trees are going to move without the winds blowing, which is a reminder that the Most High, his presence is there. Because his presence is moving the trees to give us the warning or the heads up to go to war. Because now the Most High is here at the battle. It was still a lesson. You wait on me. You wait on me and I'm going to come through for you. And I'm going to give you the sign that I'm here. And when I'm here, now you're going to win. What's that at?
I can't read stuff like this, man. I got you.
Okay. But it's a reminder that the Most High is here, and he wanted us to wait until he did it. He did it to keep him humble out. But anyway, let's keep going.
That's amazing. Line 77. But as soon as these trees moved, and the time foretold to him by the Most High was come, he should, without delay, go out to gain what was an already prepared and evident victory.
But he was trying to keep him humble. So you wait on me, I give the signal, you're going to win. But he has to still set up the snare to keep us humble and attentive on pleasing the Heavenly Father. Read on.
For the several ranks of the enemy's army did not sustain him, but retreated at the first onset, whom he closely followed, and slew them as he went along, and pursued them to the city of Gaza, which is the limit of their country. After this, he spoiled their camp.
He took them all the way to Gaza. He ran them all the way to the damn edge near the water, man. Gaza's at the edge.
Yeah.
They went from damn near Jerusalem and pursued them to Gaza. Gaza is near the seaport.
Wow.
What it was showing you is also David was pushing all the Philistines really far to the edge. Listen, that land during the time of Saul, they were all out here. You look at the maps when Saul was in control. Listen, remember it was the 5 kings of Philistia? The 5 kings were 5 cities. How many cities are there? How many major cities are there now? Only 3. Ashdod, Ascalon, and Gaza. The other 2, Gath got wiped out.
Gath and Kish.
They got wiped out. Because they're losing territory now during David's time. David was breaking them, huh? So here, anyway, let's keep. So they pushed them all the way to Gaza, to the edge of the water, and then raided their stuff and took all their stuff. Read on.
After this, he spoiled their camp, in which he found great riches, and he destroyed their gods.
And he snatched all their little temples and broke their gods down, and their temple, and idol temples out. That was a bad day for the Philistines out. Read on.
Paragraph 2.
Matter of fact, no. That is, we're going to hold that. We're going to finish the verses up, and we're going to end it for today. But give me verse 24 again in Samuel, 2 Samuel.
Okay. 2 Samuel chapter 5, verse 24. You said it right.
Yeah.
Okay. And let it be, when thou hearest the sound of a going in the tops of the mulberry trees, that then thou shalt bestir thyself. For then shall the Most High go out before thee, to smite the host of the Philistines. And David did so, as the Most High had commanded him, and smote the Philistines from Geba until thou come to Gazer.
So they pushed them back into their spot. Josephus says they sat back and spoiled them, tore down their idol temples. What you're going to read, what we're going to read next week, deals with all the success that was happening with the Jews. David wanted to sit back here and start to send the ark up to Jerusalem too.
Right.
But the Most High didn't want that to happen. And you know why? Because there was no temple. Now, other things happened that got in the way of it. People touching stuff and being stupid. But what was the big picture? Most High wanted to sit back, and the construction of Jerusalem wasn't ready yet. The Most High is all about doing things decently and in order, right? When the temple got right, then you bring the ark in there. So we'll talk about that later. But I want to at least finish chapter 5. I hope we got some good information. I know there was a lot of stopping and going online, but the good thing is, because we kept running it consecutively, you can at least get the class in its totality on YouTube, and you won't see a whole lot of you'll see some stop and go scenarios, but the class should still flow pretty smoothly. Are there any questions? There's a lot of information here, man. The class is taking a little long. We're getting 3 chapters at a time, but I think we're getting a lot of meat out of it. So I hope y'all are enjoying the information.
You know, it was a lot of lessons in this particular Sabbath.
Yeah.
Showing how not to take on your own desires and wills as far as without counsel.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Just not being about your own pursuits and what leads to your advantage on a personal level.
Yep.
But make sure that you do everything right by the Most High.
And learning how to control your passions. There's nothing wrong with having the passion, gets things done, but it's got to be ordered passion, controlled passion. So listen, we're gonna sit back here and see these prayers up. Maju. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Mike Allah.
Send Mike Allah.
And the righteous angels. To watch over. Bless. Heal. Protect. And make strong. The people of Yahshua. Also send unto us. Much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual power. And forgive all of our sins. Yahushua come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Hahawa Nathan.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the law.
2. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Hahawa Nathan.
Blessed are you, Yahweh. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Hahawa. I'm sorry. Okay, Nathan. Ha'ayom. Korah. La Korah. Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
I clocked for a minute. It's lucky. I was looking at some other stuff. Okay. Baruch Atah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Baruch Atah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Ha'awa'ah. Nathananel. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashak. Yashar.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Okay. Psalms 92.
Tawah.
Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gum. Yachad. Kashaman. Hatawah. Ayo. Hara'ash. Yarad. Ayo. Hasekwan. Aharan. Shayaran. Ayo. Hayat. Manawat Yuwa. Kator. Karamwan. Shayaran. Ayo. Haroya. Tazayawan. Hayat. Sham. Tazawah. Yahweh. Hamaraka. Kayayim. Hawalam. B'Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua. Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua. Rachnawa. Washralim. Wabiat. Support. 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 Baruch Atah Yahushua. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all patience, all power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. B'Hashem Yahushua. The water, the miyat, the aman. Check it up.
Running out in a heavy order. Come on.
You got it.
Running out in a heavy order. Yahweh, while I try, will crush up, move Israel, Amada, Rosh.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua B'Hashem.
Come here, show. Turn the face, sisters, please stand, minimum Shabbat. Running out in the daughters of Zion, move Israel, Amada, Rock.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua. Yahweh dismissed. Fall out. Israel, Thawada for tuning in. Thawada for your patience. It's a crazy internet day. I will see y'all on Monday. Shalom.